Well, good afternoon, everybody. Happy Monday. Oh, sorry, Tuesday. Goodness me. uh, hey, James. Thank you so. Hey, James. Are you coming in?
Hello.
Hey. Now, if you
Am I
want to,
coming in loud and clear?
you are to me. You
Fabulous.
are. Now, if you wanted to go on camera, you are more than welcome. I'm just been rushing around, so I don't know. I don't know how I look on camera, so not that anybody really cares. Let me see. A little bit of a hot mess, but here I am. So if you want to go on camera, feel free. So thank you everybody for being here today. I have James Brightman with me. If you're not familiar with James, I'm going to give him an opportunity to introduce himself so that you can get to know him and introduce him to my. I'm trying to get the right camera angle here. Introduce yourself, James. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll get into this stream that our friend Chantal did.
Hello, everyone. My name's James. I'm a type 2 diabetic who's on a weight loss journey. And I also do reaction content to a variety of people, but it's mainly been Foodie Beauty because she's had a lot of trials and tribulations recently. So that's who I'm focusing on.
Now, I've been really enjoying your content, and I did leave
Thank
James.
you.
Yeah, absolutely. The link to James' channel in my description box if you want to find him. Also, I have some of my wonderful moderators. So let me just bring them up real quick. We got Brooke here. Hey, Brooke. We got some channel members coming in too. Hey, Miss Rosebud. How are you? Miss Fatima's here. Hey, girl. Anastasia's here. Come on in. Come on in. Fatty the Fed is here. I am so glad. Yeah, let's get some sad pancreas is in here. I need a raging foodie potentially because she kind of got off the deep end. Hey, Miss Pat, come on in. If any of you wants to drop in Mr. James's channel link into the chat here, I would certainly appreciate that. That would be fantastic. So, what drew you, James, out of curiosity? Obviously, I'm a registered nurse, and I'll give you a little bit of a background as to how I started making reaction to Chantal, and then I would be interested on how you decided that it would be important to bring your viewpoint into the YouTube community. So mine originally, just in case you don't know, James, is I am a registered nurse, obviously
Yeah.
hailing from the UK. Well, I'm an Anglo-American. Let's just put it that way. I come from both sides of the Atlantic, and I am a registered nurse here in the United States. I specialized primarily at the time in cardiac nursing. And one of the things that we tend to experience as practitioners in the cardiac world are patients that have not only heart conditions, but also have to manage often type 2 diabetes. Occasionally we see the type 1s, but the majority, a lot of times, we will have type 2 diabetics along with the comorbidity of heart disease, high blood pressure, heart failure, the variety. I mean, I could sit here and, list off all the different cardiac conditions, and I won't bore people that way. And currently, just to give you a heads up, I am trained to be a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, which is why I find that this content is interesting. And you touched on this a little bit in one of your streams. And so I found in the community that there's lots of people reacting, and they would make assumptions about medical stuff and not really have the experience. So I came in to try to dispel some of the medical misinformation that tends to go around girl world sometimes. And, people use not necessarily like you have experience, but just things they've heard from people, So
Yeah.
I felt there was a gap, and that's why I started to make content. So what was your journey to wanting to react to Chantal?
Well, as somebody who is doing a calorie deficit diet, I put out YouTube shorts of the things that I eat in a day. And two of my videos got flagged for self-harm.
Ooh.
And they were both videos where I was eating around about 2,000 calories and eating 3 meals. I appealed one and they reversed it, but I appealed another one and it was upheld. So I got to having a look, and Foodie is somebody that I knew about years ago. I kind of stopped watching her in about 2018, something like that.
Right.
And then I came back to watching her when she had moved to Kuwait. And she herself was having issues with her diabetes. So being a type 2 diabetic as well, I kind of wanted to put my own input in that kind of arena. And I initially had some sympathy for her because I didn't know that much about her, apart from she used to eat a lot of food, and then, you know, all the stuff in between I do not know about. And I'm slowly learning about her, and yes, I can see why she is, you know, what people call a lol cow. You know, she's
Very polarizing, I think.
Yes, but I think there's more one pole than another, I would say.
Yeah, don't feel scared not to use humor today.
Okay.
I'm very dry British humor, so don't worry. People know that about me. So
Well, I
don't feel
used
like
to
you
be
have to be super serious because we're all sorts
Yeah.
of medical professionals over here a lot of times.
Well, I used to be fairly diplomatic about her.
Me
But
too.
after a few videos, I became more and more aware, acutely so. And it just, you know, my videos have become what they are now. Just information combined with comedy.
It just surprises me, and I want to touch back on your point. And if you hear jet noise above my head, that's because I live near a military jet base here in the United States, because they like to combine resort areas with military jet bases. I would never come to Virginia Beach for a vacation. So I'm interested that somebody flagged yours for self-injury, because I've tried to do that. If you've ever looked at any of my comments in my channel about Herb and self-injury, because I really feel that I am concerned that she may have an event in front of me on camera. And I often wonder if that's something that she would think. I don't even want to get into that. So, I mean, I'm curious as to why yours was struck, but not her. And I literally have put the phrases where she is demonstrating self-harm, and I still cannot get YouTube to react. Do you know what it was particularly, or I'm
Well,
just curious.
they don't give you a detailed explanation. They just say that it was to do with promoting eating disorders. And I was eating 3 meals a day and consuming an adequate amount of calories for somebody my size that's trying to lose 1 to 2 pounds a week.
Right, which is healthy weight loss, I want to put in there. James is doing it in a healthy manner. Now, are you following anybody that's helping you with this journey, or is this something that you've kind of doing on your own, or is it under the guidance of a physician in the UK?
No,
GP,
it's
I
just
should say.
myself. It's just myself. I do consult with a diabetic nurse every 3 to 6 months.
Okay.
Just to make sure that my dosage is not going to give me hypoglycemia, because obviously when you change your diet, because I'm quite young to have type 2 diabetes, because I'm 39, so it's something that needs to be managed carefully when you're changing diet, because I've already come off 3 different medications. So I'm just on the metformin now, whereas I used to be on sitagliptin, empagliflozin, and Trulicity.
Oh my goodness, that was
so
quite a lot.
Yes. So the last thing I came off of was Trulicity, and that was because my blood sugar was dipping below 4.
Okay.
So that would class me as being in a hypoglycemic event, and that would happen nearly every day.
Wow.
So I had to stop taking Trulicity, and now that I'm just on the metformin, my homeostasis is around 5 to 6 every morning.
Oh, well, that's excellent. I really do want to commend you, James, on this. And that's one of the reasons why I was so excited about having you here. And yes, Foodie has been doubling up with her doses of her medication. And I am curious because I understand she's only taking Janumet. I don't know if it's an extended release. I don't know if it's just a regular tablet. Now, in my experience, and I'm just about to go into my advanced pharmacology class. That's what my class, that's why I'm a little bit wild today, because my classes restart on the 3rd of July. So I'm going into advanced pharmacology, and I'll probably have a better understanding. But obviously, I specialize in psychiatric medications. But, you know, so it's a little different. But were you ever told to double up on your metformin?
No, I was not told that. Now, I believe Janumet is a combination of Januvia and metformin.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a silgliptin. It's yes.
It's like sitagliptin, I think.
There we go.
It's a combi drug.
There we go. Yes, it's a sitagliptin with the glucophage.
Yeah, that's it. So the max dose of metformin you can have in a day is 2,000 milligrams, I believe.
BID, I understand.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, twice a day. Sorry.
Yes. I'm a layman. I'm sorry.
No, you are fine. I need to be. That's why I've got you here, because I'm so fascinated by your perspective, and you're so close to Foodie's age. I mean, she's only a year older than you.
Yes. Yeah.
And I just find it, you know, I couldn't think of a better person to try to highlight to her about managing type 2 diabetes than yourself, because you're somebody who had the same struggles that she's had potentially with obviously having it at such a young age. And it must be difficult for you to watch her just take out her pancreas like that on a daily basis.
Yeah. I mean, it makes it closer to home in the fact that I was her a few years ago, without the dramatic characteristics that trail her. I was.
You'll see it in this video we're about to react to, James.
Yes, I've not actually seen the video.
Well, then I'm more interested to see your whole cold reaction to it, because it's wild.
It will be a genuine reaction. So.
Oh, that's awesome. And I'm going to let you do most of the reacting. I'm just going to kind of sit back and let you talk. You just have to say yellow when you want me to stop the video. we need a safe word if we need to get out of it. So do you want to just get into this video? Is there anything else you want to add before we get started? Because I know everyone's just eager for our reaction.
Yes, I'm eager to watch this marvelous video unfold.
Oh my goodness. There's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unpack.
Yeah,
and as paperclip is a safe word. Safety pin is a safe word. Yes. Myself, obviously, I actually, just to give you a little bit of heads up, when I started reacting to Foodie, because I've been watching her for some time, I could not watch her when she started to get into the rugs or whatever.
Right.
That was very difficult. I don't really like, you know, and it just shocks me that for the amount of self-injury reports that I have sent to YouTube, with her literally saying, you know, some really terrible things around food, they still keep her content up there. It just shocks me. I need to probably get to 100K in order for YouTube to maybe take me seriously.
I think it's possibly to do with the amount of potential reach she might have as a creator.
I don't think I want her reaching anybody. She's reaching people who are underage.
Well, that's part of the reason why I've been reacting to Foodie, is because I want to make sure I'm kind of the buffer between, you know, between unhealthy eating and not managing your diabetes correctly. I just want to make sure if I get one person, you know, taking a good path, then I consider my job done, really.
Well, I commend you for that. And that's one of the reasons why I am so excited to have you here today, is because even though I'm obviously a healthcare professional, you know, sometimes people don't, you know, we're not listened to sometimes, because I guess we don't know as well as Dr. Google.
No, that's true. A lot of people have the old white coat syndrome, don't they?
It is surprising when you look at sort of what reaches people in YouTube, that people who are actually, licensed professionals are the ones that people have the least interest in. I find as I'm growing
Yeah,
my channel. I probably, if I went online and told everybody that my life was a hot mess, I'd probably get more views.
exactly.
It's like I think, and that's something about human nature that fascinates me. That we're more interested in the train wreck than the person doing
Mm,
well, unless you're, a 20-year-old supermodel with a channel, which obviously I'm
well,
long
yeah.
from.
I mean, I
I'm
tried my best to be a supermodel, but it didn't quite work out.
It didn't. I thought you were still
No.
working on that and getting those Paris shows.
Well, I'd love to do Milan Fashion Week one week, sweetie.
Oh my goodness. I will be there on the front row watching you. How
Thank you
about
so much.
that? And probably, sweeping up because they probably wouldn't let me sit there.
Yeah, I'll be serving drinks.
All right. People always say I laugh too much, but I mean, we are talking about a very serious topic today. And I have people say, you don't seem professional because you actually enjoy yourself. But sometimes I guess it's for me a defense mechanism when I'm delving into some really dark topics. And
Mm,
I have, thoughts that Foodie lives in the dark triad.
yeah.
So, and some other really concerning behaviors. And anyway, let's just get her up. Let's just go. Let's just get going. For all of you who are obviously dropping comments in the chat, I'm so sorry I'm not getting to everything today. I'm kind of, I'm trying to multitask. Okay, let me bring Foodie up. Oh, there she is.
Ah, in all her glory.
Oh, glorious today. And we're going to make sure we have the live chat going as well, just because I know some people enjoy seeing what the chat is saying. So I'm going to start playing her. I'm probably going to stop her every so often, obviously, for fair use. I would not be surprised if, oh, goodness. Hey, Fatty, work it, James. Oh, she's sitting in
Mm-hmm.
some pride. I love that.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, is there something just before we get started? Because, oh, well, let's just get started because she's going to talk about the feeders today,
Right.
and she got caught out by somebody. I don't know if you know about this. That she
Yes, I
was
did hear about that. Yes.
right, and so she's literally her integrity is worth $30 for 2 minutes. That's what I had worked out. She got caught. I know. Rose Thorne Reacts was the first person, just to give you a little bit of history, James. When I first made my cardiac RN reacts to Chantel, and I
Right.
would get views on that one. And when I used like my title, and then people got like, oh, every time you come on, you have to tell people you're a nurse. I'm like, oh my God. And now I'm like, it's amazing. Now I'm like literally a year away from being a psychiatric nurse practitioner, and I still don't think I have much authority to say anything.
No, you
um
do a lot
but
of good in the community.
well, thank you, James. I appreciate you saying that. I try to not be like a boring medical person, I guess, because I do want people to feel like you can come and see us and we're not all sitting up in an
Mm,
ivory tower and that we're all judgmental of people. Because I think
yeah.
I heard something very interesting today about judgment and being judgmental and so forth. But circling back to Miss Rose Thorne, she showed a reaction to my video, which helped my channel grow enormously. So I'm always indebted to Miss Rose. And one of the things was that she and I had very firm beliefs that part of her content was being fueled by some things to do with people who enjoy content or enjoy individuals who are committing. I'm trying to be careful with my language so I don't get struck by YouTube. As you can tell, committed to um you know embracing certain sides of desires.
Yes, they have devious culinary proclivities.
Yes. I don't think YouTube's going to pick up that word.
No, I hope not.
And now you yourself have had a little, I think you touched on yourself having experience in that. Is that correct?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
Do you want to
Many
tell
years
us about
ago.
that a little tiny bit and then we're going to get started?
Yeah, there's a gay website called I think it's called Grow More. I don't know if it's still active, but
Are
I
you
was part of
considered a
that.
bear?
Yeah, I'm kind of chub and bear.
Okay.
So I'm a big, friendly, chubby bear. Thank you so much. So in that website, there were a lot of people that kind of used to write about their kind of fantasies and things like that. And I'd get people messaging me saying the things that they'd want me to do. And none of it was overtly sexual. Most of it was like, I really want to watch you eat a big pizza. I really want to watch you eat this. I want to come home and see the cupboards bare and you on the floor. It's so that's why I don't understand. She's kind of trying to be like, oh yeah, it's not sexual, but that's what they find interesting.
Right.
You know?
Right. And that's why I love your input for this, because today she talks about that. So I'm very excited to have your input, especially for me studying psychiatry. And I would say I'm quite vanilla. I did used to go to heaven back in the early 90s, just to give you a heads up.
Oh, God.
I was Saturday nights was the only night we straight people were allowed in.
That's fair, yeah. I used to go to Vauxhall when I was 18. That was 2003.
Oh, yeah. No, I was much earlier than that. It's because I'm 55 this year. So I was an early raver, but I used to go to heaven a lot. So, but like I said, I was so vanilla. I probably I heard some things happening in the ladies' bathroom that were not involving women.
Oh, they happen everywhere, darling.
I didn't care. They used to love me there. I used to dress up. I love that world. Anyway, bringing back good memories for Miss Ray over here.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, absolutely. I promise you, I had some good times. Ernie, I told you I got on a wilder side than people realize,
Oh, those days are long behind me too, though.
Oh, I promise you, I live in Virginia Beach. We want to talk about some Christians, conservatives. Come this way. All right. I've started Chantel at minute 2 because her saying hello to everybody bores me senseless. So I'm going to speed her up to 1.25 just because she does tend to talk a little bit slowly. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to let you, I'm going to roll it. And if you want to say stop, just say stop and I'll stop the video so you can comment.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, does that work? Because I'd rather hear yours than my commentary, because I think you've got more to say about this than me. I've spoken enough today. They're more interested in my audience to hear from you, James, than they are from me.
Oh, well, that's very kind.
Oh, no, you're absolutely, no, sweetheart, you're wonderful. And what you've done, you're having into this crazy girl world community, because now you're obviously an official member of Girl World with us as the commentary side. Has been, I just am so grateful and thankful to get your perspective. And I love watching your stuff. And that's why I'm so excited. And maybe we'll have more. Maybe you'll invite me to one of your panels one day on the medical side if you ever want. And we'll keep the Brits going transatlantic.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Us Brits need to stick together in Gore World, I feel.
Oh, my goodness. You know what? I just felt the Union Jack flutter.
Rule Britannia.
Rule Britannia. Oh, my goodness. If only the Queen was still alive.
Oh, it's like last night at the proms in here.
Oh, no. And Foodie is the show. Can you imagine?
That's too right.
Can you imagine her at the proms? Oh, my Lord.
Oh, good Lord.
I don't even think she should set foot in the UK. All right.
God, no.
All right, girl. Let's get you going. Oh, no, she's not supposed to be that big. Hold on. That was the wrong button.
Well, that's the idea, but it's not working out for her.
This is Labna falafel on a Labna za'atar.
Oh, she eats so daintily.
Doesn't she? Isn't she dainty queen? She doesn't usually eat during a live stream.
Hmm.
So that's why we always know that she is now eating her feelings.
Yeah. That's why I rarely cover her lives, because I tend to focus on the.
Are you still there, Jim? Did I lose you, James? I hope not. Oh,
Ages and
James.
all the whatnot. Hello?
Hello, I hear you now. Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, I think I think that was, I don't know what happened there.
It's
Yeah, I tend
Foodie.
to focus more.
Foodie.
She's cursing us.
Yes, it's the magic.
I tend to focus more on her eating videos as opposed to her lives, because her lives tend to just be full of guff,
Right.
and I can't be asked. So yeah, so I didn't even know this had that much eating in it, but I guess she's big angry.
Yes. Yeah, she says a lot that I feel that you could help us unpack today.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I was planning to do a mukbang with you because I needed to get I needed to get some support to actually hear her eat.
Oh, good Lord. I still
I-
haven't worked out how to mute her while I'm recording.
oh, yeah, that's probably a day's worth of like trying to figure out a computer. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. And I'm doing daily uploads. I'm going to be doing videos into the wee hours of the morning at this rate.
Oh, I know. You do the reverse. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's keep going, Chantal. So you can see we've got a great setup, and this actually wasn't too long of a live, and she still has it up, which I'm surprised. So let's keep going.
Thanks, Ghostface. Fat tire.
Okay, Ghostface
bread
is the
for me?
miner that we
With stuff
need.
inside, like cheese and seasonings. Yeah, there's a jelly bee here.
I have to
I have a
say, that
very
looks
large-
nicer than the other crap she eats.
That's just her starter snack because the Jolly
Ah,
Bee is
yeah.
ready to go.
Ugh. That was so vile. Good Lord.
Now, did you ever feel that you had times in your past, because now obviously food isn't as attractive to you anymore. What was the switch that went? Because she hasn't had that switch yet.
It was all to do with, getting my life back, really. Because when the pandemic hit, I come to realize that I was essentially bedbound for like months.
Oh my goodness.
And I figured that the only way to get my life back was to grab the bull by the horns and eat less, move more. And yeah, I kind of never looked back from that. Obviously, I slipped back a lot because I was in the kind of nascent stages of getting my food addiction in check. So it took a while, but I'm finally in the position where food doesn't have that hold over me anymore.
Now, did you ever have to, now this is a personal question, you don't have to answer if you don't want. Did you ever seek to talk to somebody outside, like outside type of third party therapy at all or anything of that
Yes,
nature? Okay.
I did, yes. I got in touch with Beat, which is a UK-based eating disorder charity.
Oh, excellent.
And I also I've done therapy several times, but none of it was any good, really. It was very basic. I'd see somebody every 2 weeks, or somebody would talk to me on the phone, or at one point they just show me a website and I think, well, this is lovely. Hearing about other people's depressing stories, I'm sure is going to cheer me up.
Right. I guess that's not the sort of peer leaning on the peer to peer that you really want in therapy.
No, exactly. And I was on the emergency waiting list for a year, seeking help. And in the end, I kind of had to be like, I had to pull my socks up and be like, right, I need to do something, because it just doesn't seem like I'm going to get the help that I need from an outside source. So yeah, it's been tough, doing it mostly on my own, but I've had my partner, my friends and family who have helped out. So it's gotten to a point where everything's manageable, and I'm really thankful for that.
Well, I am so glad to hear that you have friends, partners, and family to lean on because I think that's so
Mm.
important. And I feel that's probably a piece that's a little bit missing for our friend. Um,
Yes.
she also has a lot of denial about stuff. And oh my goodness. Anyway, let's keep her going. But I'm so glad
Mhm.
that you did seek that out. It sounds like maybe in the UK that we need to have more resources. Maybe there aren't enough people who specialize.
For sure.
And that's something that makes me, because I started just, and I keep saying I actually started my NP studying acute care adult gerontology. So I was going to be
Mm.
working in hospitals here in the US and, working, could be cardiac specialties or something of that nature. And that's what I started doing my nurse practitioner license in. And then suddenly, as I started to react to Chantal and other creators, I realized as a medical professional that I would never be able to reach people until we could start to address some of the other mental aspects of maybe why people were getting into poor health
Yeah.
or what could help them stay consistent in with taking medications, with understanding maybe some of the underlying causes as to why they were having these types of habits and lifestyle choices. And until we
Mm.
could address, that part and get the person healthy upstairs, if you may,
Yeah.
we're not going to be able to do the physical part. So that's
Mm.
kind of what brought me into changing suddenly my focus. And I caught it just in time. And I decided to change my focus to psychiatric mental health because I felt that as a practitioner, that's the piece that I want to help a patient address so that they can take care of the rest of them. So,
Yeah.
all right, let's continue with Chantal.
Filipino community.
Mm.
Cabbage Patch. No, it's Muppets. Anyway, I was thinking of something I came across on TikTok. I know, more Jollibee spaghetti. Yum. Hi, Kiki. Living Laura, hello. If you're gonna, don't ask me because I don't know, right? How to get views and all that. I don't know what people like anymore. Okay. Yeah, that's a good movie. Cheese pockets. Yeah.
I don't think they like sloppy
I'm scrolling on
mukbangs, do they?
Why? No, I don't think they do. I don't think they do. I think a lot of people prefer to see somebody like yourself give commentary to her sloppy mukbang.
Precisely. All of her stuff is just grey and beige gloop.
Oh, God.
It's like something you'd give Oliver Twist, and he wouldn't want any more. That's for sure.
Then we'd be like, no more, please, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Bumble
Please,
would be
sir,
like, fair
can I
enough.
have no more? You can just see it. Oliver. Okay. All right. We did that play at school. I got to play Noah Claypole. I didn't even get to play a female. Not even a secondary. I was Noah Claypole. Lord of my life. Okay, let's
TikTok.
we
And
only
this one
did,
girl. Good for
You only did which part?
we only did religious plays in my
Oh,
school. I went to a
no.
Catholic school. I was one
Oh.
of the thieves on the cross next to Jesus. A very prestigious role.
I'm just thinking about what we used to always talk about with the kids at the Catholic schools down the road from me. They were always known to be the wildest kids.
Yes, we were.
So that is also an interesting perspective because obviously you're being Catholic or raised Catholic, and then obviously Chantal was supposedly a Catholic who's become a Muslim revert.
Mm.
And yeah.
She's so being a Catholic, she would know about the extremely debauched things that would go on.
Yes, and she might have been part of it, but we don't know because we don't know if Chantal's stories are just episodes from Degrassi High. And if you're not, and ever since I started calling her out for everything in her childhood being from Degrassi High, she stopped talking about it as much. I was like, double check. It's probably a Degrassi episode. Just double check it, everybody. Because she doesn't have her own personality.
No. I get that from her mukbang stories because there's stuff like, yes, my friend used to live here and now she doesn't. What a marvelous Jackanory that was.
Oh, she would be a storyteller, for sure. Some Jack and Nori.
Chaucer couldn't have wrote better.
Well, sometimes she goes off and I think she's just James Joyce, a full stream of consciousness. But
James Joyce did have a certain proclivity to the scatological nature, so I guess it would be appropriate.
Either that or what was the other guy? Henry James? Was he the other wild one?
Yes, and Mozart. It was either Mozart or Beethoven.
I'm just thinking of she would have done well in Paris in 1926.
Oh God, yes. She would have been worshipped. We wouldn't have needed social media back then. She would have been in the Moulin Rouge every night.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine? Well, she'll flash for free almost. Okay, keep going, Chantal.
No, for a Whopper.
All right, let's keep Foodie going.
For her, I respect the hustle, I guess. She got like 1 million likes on her videos, 500. Hi, Sherry Lou. She taps water bugs, like dead water bugs, and then eats them. Like, what the heck is...
Are you familiar with a water bug, James?
No, they like those massive arthropod kind of things.
They're like huge cockroaches. I have them living in the shingles here in my house in Virginia Beach. They're always crawling around outside.
They look like little, massive woodlice.
Massive cockroaches. Actually,
I'm pretty sure that I don't know if I'm right in thinking this, but I might have seen some of the more ambitious cooking channels try and cook one up.
Oh God.
They're kind
I
of
couldn't imagine anything just that. When I'm hearing about this, I'm just thinking like public health here. The fact that somebody and this is where and this is the content that she's consuming.
Yeah.
Is watching somebody eat water bugs, which are nasty cockroaches, basically. They call them water bugs to sound polite here in the southern parts of the United States.
Right.
But they're enormous cockroaches. And they live like everywhere. Like I said, they're horrific. They're huge. They would freak people out in the UK to see a bug that big.
Yeah, we have the little tiny things here, which suits me to the ground.
Right. And these things are enormous, but they like to call them water bugs, but they're just cockroaches.
Right.
They're a type of cockroach, basically. So
you do get weird things that are a delicacy, like in Iceland, you have fermented shark and things like that. So I guess it's kind of every country has its very strange delicacy, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I lived in Mexico for 7 years, so I saw some strange delicacies being consumed. I've been a vegetarian and now I'm a vegan. So I am kind of, don't really get into the weird food stuff. So for me, even watching her eat that plop of mutton that she had the other night and the way she eats the meat and around the bones and the noises, I feel like I'm watching Tom Jones.
Tom Jones?
Was it Tom Jones, the film that had the book? Wasn't there a book, Tom Jones? And there's this huge feasting scene.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of likened it to Texas Chainsaw Massacre myself.
Well, check it out. There's a old British film. I believe it's called Tom Jones. Somebody might correct me. I know it was Tom something. Yeah,
because I'm thinking of Green Grass, Tom Jones. I was just trying to put the picture together.
Delilah. No. No, I believe it's a film anyway. And it's got this, I think there's the British actor, oh God. Anyway, it'll come to me. And there's this huge scene where they're eating food and it's really sloppy and messy and kind of, over the top. And every time I see her eat, I'm getting visions of that film. So I think
it's a horror to watch her eat anyway.
I need some sad pancreases in the chat, everybody, and some poor kidneys from the members because that's what I feel every time I see her. I feel like she's just trying to unalive herself on camera, and that's to me really really disturbing. But
It's a very slow snuff film that we're watching.
oh, it is, and I'm so scared she's gonna stroke out on camera and try to monetize that. And that to me is disturbing. All right, Chantel, keep going.
1 million likes on that?
She's jealous.
Anyway.
She's jealous that people get more views than
I'm
her.
over the internet.
Oh,
I'm
hold
over
on.
it. Yes,
I got
I'm
a
jealous.
super I've got to bring in. Hold
Hi,
on,
Fernando
James.
Lorena.
Somebody sent me some money. I'm so grateful. Well, thank you so much, Miss K. Miss K, she has a fun fact here. Let me show this. Hold on. Let me see if I can show this.
Let's have a look.
Okay. She says, fun fact, don't eat insects or insect proteins if allergic to shellfish.
Ah, that's me out then.
Yes, no crickets for you, James.
Oh, I'm so sad about that, honestly.
Oh, we've hit 169 eyes on us. That's perfect. I
Oh,
love
fabulous.
that. I was born in 69. Well, I'm glad to know that. I don't tend to eat shellfish, so I'll make sure not to swallow any water bugs accidentally in my sleep at night. Oh, Albert Finney was in the film. Yes, it's a good film. Oh, I got it right. Did I get it right? 1963 film. Oh my gosh. Look at me go. You're going to have to check out that feasting scene from Tom Jones starring Albert Finney. Thank you, people. I was going to be
Thank you.
Trying to figure out what actor that was. Every time with that mutton plop she had the other day, it brought back visions. See, that shows you how old I am, James. I know films from 1963. All right, Chantel, take it away.
I'm upset. 1 million likes on one of the videos, and then 500K, 400K. TikTok is weird. I know.
Oh, I love how she talks.
People only watch because she's nasty. Yeah, but then why like it?
Oh God.
Close your mouth.
Like what?
I was about to say, I'm going to apologize to anybody with manners at this point. Oh my goodness, she's 40 years old.
I've seen better manners at a primate.
My dog has better manners.
Yeah.
The fact that she eating and talking and chewing. She just doesn't care about anything with her audience. I feel sad because I've got a little piece of popcorn over here and I'm scared to slurp my coffee, you know, because people get. She needs to come with trigger warnings.
She does. Or a David Attenborough narration.
I would love to have David Attenborough do a. All right, keep going, Chantal. We'll never make this. We'll be laughing too much. Yeah, she's high on anger this time.
That's awesome. Look, corn dog video. What do you want me to say about it? Grow up, maybe? I don't know. Like, okay, actually about feederism, okay? I'm going to school you, since you probably dropped out.
Oh, I love learning at the learning tree of Chantal.
A feeder is someone who literally feeds you. Do you know what the term feed means? Queen of Darkness! I checked out your live stream, but you were busy playing.
Now, you're somebody who obviously studied, I heard, creative writing. So what do you think about Foodie's wordplay on the word feed here? Because she does that a lot.
Well, I think she's going to say it in a very rudimentary way. She seems to think that we all have the same kind of, we're all on the same field of intelligence as she is, but her elevated sense of intelligence, because she does seem to have that elevated sense of intelligence and importance, whereas we know that she's more of a rudimentary kind of girl. So she thinks that we're being schooled in terms of vocabulary, when actually we know more than she does.
And you know a little bit more because you've had, like you said, some experience with individuals who kind of have oh gosh, I can't speak today. Predilection. Oh gosh. Stop trying to say the long words, Ray. You know which word I'm trying to say.
Proclivities.
Thank you.
I love that word today. Thank you so much. The word of the day.
That's the word of the day. And predictions, is that the other word I'm trying to get to?
Predilection.
Thank you. Hey, I grew up in Portsmouth, England. What can I say?
That's fair.
So she is somebody who likes to say, and this is one of the things I find interesting when it comes to like her and addictive food behaviors, is that she has the excuse, if you may, that you need to eat to survive. And so that I feel like gives her a pass for these types of behaviors in her mind. I don't know how you reflect on that.
Well, yes, you do need to eat to survive, but you don't need to eat enough food to survive the winter. You know what I mean? Because she's kind of trying to eat for hibernation and being in that seal position when all she needs to do is just have 3 meals a day. So she's trying to be she's trying to make sense of it in her own mind, I feel. And it's always the justification in her own mind and pushing the blame onto all of us. We're the people that are forcing her to do this in a way, or we're wrong for thinking that she's just trying to eat food. Food is fuel, etc.
Absolutely. All right, let her continue because she got called out on this. So let's go, Chantel.
They I don't know, whatever. How many mukbangers do you think there are on YouTube? So you're saying that everyone who watches somebody eat is a feeder, every single person. So basically this shit reactor is number one, desperate for content. So she could take her kids to Disneyland because she can't do it on her own. She can't get a job. She's a loser. Number two.
She's not angry at all. I keep dropping my mic, sorry.
No, you are fine. What? That's why I said this is fun to watch. And well, not really. I mean, interesting to watch. Maybe fun's not the word. But obviously, for somebody like myself, obviously, I'm interested from a psychological point of view. And she's very upset. So we'll let her keep going, but while she's playing, think in your mind, if you may, James, about why would she feel the shame? Because that's what I start to hear is shame in her anger, loss of control, loss of the narrative.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. This is true. Number two, fetish shaming. So do you think, do I look like I care? If somebody wants to give me money to eat, there was nothing sexual in the Cameo, at all. It was it was a woman. So how is that feeding? How is that a feeder? That's somebody who enjoys watching someone eat.
Hold on.
There's a difference. Somebody doing it for a sexual fetish.
The Cameo was for 2 corn dogs, right?
Correct.
So what shape are corn dogs?
Oh, obviously rectangular.
Oh, right. A quadrangle.
Yes. They're hexagons.
Oh, I see. Well, consider me corrected then. I'm so sorry. She was clearly eating something phallic, and she was clearly making strange noises and strange eye rolls. And if that isn't a sexualized thing, then I am a very pious Muslim woman in Kuwait.
Absolutely. And of course, women can never be asking other women to do something sexual, because that's, we're still in the Victorian times, and Queen Victoria doesn't believe in lesbians.
Yeah. We don't have any communication with the Isle of Lesbos anymore, so I can't really.
No, there's nothing that would make a female deviant at all. No women are deviant.
No sapphic tendencies at all anywhere in the world.
Zero. All women
Absolutely
are straight.
Not. Perish the vile thought.
I know. All women are straight.
Happy Pride Month, by the way.
Yes, happy Pride Month, everybody. Happy Pride Month. Absolutely. Yes, because a woman would never send anything to somebody, because I guess when you were getting requests, James, it was just coming from women, correct? From the opposite sex.
Yes, all the time. Oh, I was inundated with fan mail in my PO box from from ladies who are just like, "Oh, could you please eat some spaghetti bolognese on camera for me? I do so love it when you do that." They were very beautifully handwritten letters that I still keep in my shoebox to this day.
Oh, well, you need to actually get those on an album and make them real special.
I'll do ASMR and recite them.
Oh, God, that would be awesome.
So, I mean, this is the type of rationales that she's coming out with. So she's rationalizing to her audience of probably underage minors over here.
Yeah.
Because we have Ghostface Beauty, who is, I understand, a minor potentially, who is now using beauty. He's emulates a lot of what she does, which is not disturbing.
Yeah. And that's what I mean about her sphere of influence. This person has been influenced by her, and Foodie is not a positive influence on anybody. She is a cautionary tale for everyone. And for somebody who is under 18 to have been influenced by her, it doesn't have to be sexual. I still consider it to be grooming, because it's grooming somebody into doing things that are just not good for your body.
Right. And also the type of how this type of language that she comes out with. This is I would not want my child influenced by this person.
Definitely not.
I mean, I don't have children, but I wouldn't want them influenced by this.
No, I would not want them to watch anything like her content. She puts across a very frail facade of her being a religious woman living in the Middle East. And when you go to a live, she's still the same person that she was 5 years ago, just wearing a hijab and an abaya. There is no difference to her at all.
Right. Absolutely none. And, you know, most of us in the UK have had friends who are from the Muslim faith.
Yeah.
And I've never seen any of my Muslim female friends behave in this type of manner.
Absolutely not.
I mean, not even ones who aren't necessarily that, as wearing hijabis like she does, which is supposed to be like almost like a Hasidic Jew, isn't it? In some ways. I mean, that
I
type
believe
of,
so.
Sort of religious devotion. That's a little bit more than somebody just saying they're a Muslim.
Mm.
You
I
know,
mean, I live in a predominantly Muslim area. There's two or three mosques nearby, and I've never seen like any chicanery go on at all. It's a wonderfully quiet place,
right?
and I just feel as though Foodie is using the barrier of religion to make her seem better than everyone else, and to hide her chins.
Right. Absolutely. All right, let's keep it going.
Fetish versus
And you
doing
say
it just
stop
to watch
when you
someone
want me to
eat for
stop.
whatever reason is
Yeah.
a different thing. So I don't know how people don't have any brain cells left in their head or what, but anyway, it's pretty rich coming from this person fetish shaming somebody or even talking about feederism with me when this person was so desperate that whenever I lost my channel because they're a spore on my life, they
I understand, Catsy. I just wanted to show this pot, highlight this pot here with the Ghostface Beauty, which is our minor. Let me bring up Kat's comment real quick. Sorry about that. She says, I'm not offended by her language, not worry about children with that. It's just watching someone eat like a horse daily is a bad thing to see. That true, but we have Ghostface Beauty saying this. Breezy should be 100 feet away from a nursing home. So her type of, how would you describe her language, James?
I don't even know what that means. What, they shouldn't be around old people?
I don't know if it should be 100 feet away from a nursing home. I don't know if they're trying to imply that, they shouldn't be near older folks. I have no idea.
It's a very strange thing to say.
It is. And it's just, I just wonder if here, again, they say, FYI, raging may lead to health problems. I hope you understand, Breezy.
Okay, so, I mean, it's kind of, this Ghostface is watching foodie rage, and she's like twice the size. So she should be worried about her heart health, really.
Right. But they're obviously showing support to Chantel by saying
Yes.
negative things about an adult. This is a child
Mm.
being
They've been
groomed.
manipulated.
Correct. And that's where, to me, this is problematic. I did report her channel for having her not kick minors out of her chat that she knows are
Yeah.
minors.
I mean, I've worked in teaching before. I was a teaching assistant for vulnerable adults, and I've also done work in colleges with 16 to 18-year-olds. And the way that Foodie acts would be a definite safeguarding issue with how she's acting towards a minor.
Absolutely. And my first degree, if you're not aware, I did a Bachelor of Education with honors. So I
Right.
was a primary school teacher before I became an RN.
I see.
I've got more degrees than Chantel and Salah together.
Got more taste buds.
Yes, and I still have my taste buds too. But yeah, so this is the sort of thing that is kind of going on the sidelines that I think makes her content even more concerning. Kay became a member for 1 month. Yes, she is very, very hateful and narcissistic. Thank you for joining, and thank you for being a member for a month now, Miss Kay. All right, let me bring her back up. Bring back Foodie. She's gonna rage? She's gonna continue. It gets worse.
They can't do any content without me. That they were gonna sell their ugly, big, gigantic feet pics on friggin' OnlyFans. Okay, so you were gonna support your family, your kid, with feet pics. So don't even come for me with people being feeders, because I don't have to interact with them. The minute they try to get sexual, I'm out. All right. But if you want to pay me,
Hold on. Stop there.
Do you think I care about every single person? Let's say my video.
She doesn't. She plays dumb with a lot of this feeder stuff, because it's clear that she hams it up for the camera when she's eating her slop, right? With all the eye rolling and the O faces and things like that. If you're eating a regular meal, you might be like, this is nice, but you're not going to be 10 minutes into your Mount Everest of spaghetti and meatballs and be doing somersaults over the hot sauce you dumped on it.
Right.
It's just not. She just plays dumb, and we all know she does, but she thinks that she's getting away with it, especially if she's, making fun of somebody else while they're at it.
And my thing is that I wonder if she does that to try to protect her channel.
Yeah, it's always damage control with her, I feel.
Oh, yeah. A lot of damage control. And this, we'll let her continue. But my thoughts are, and many other thoughts are, is this is just a sort of a doorway to get to her cameos in order for her to get the private money and the private stuff.
Yeah.
Or even the stuff on camera, because she asked them, and Breezy asked her, obviously under, disguise, or Chantel did, if she wanted it to be private or public.
Right.
And where's the one place she comes out in public? YouTube.
Yeah.
So it's she's putting her content, if they want to have, and I wonder if there's something else that they get through that, seeing it in a public place more than
I wonder if there are unlisted videos in her catalog.
Oh yeah, we know she's deleted a lot and she has privated things.
Yeah.
So she is in such a dark place.
Yeah.
And she did not make a lot of money, I think, from her channel recently, like through views. You've recently been monetized. You're probably kind of keeping an eye on how that works.
Yes. And
she obviously, if you look at her views and her engagement and her subscriber numbers, her engagement is she has very low engagement in reality.
Yeah.
And yet she's had all this money to buy huge amounts of food recently that I don't think would be sustained by her YouTube income at this time.
Oh, for sure not. I mean,
And
it's. I believe Breezy paid $30 for the corn dog thing.
that's what she now charges for her cameos.
Right.
Mm.
Does that make a massive profit? I mean, if it's a large amount of food, does she charge more, do you think?
I wonder if she then negotiates. I don't know, because that's a good point. Let's ruminate on that one.
It's the profit margin I'm thinking about.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I wonder if she charges 30 for the view and then has them send extra money to PayPal if it's a lot of food that they need. So it's like a separate charge.
Because she told on herself the other day, didn't she, with a noodle request on Cameo, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder how much that was. Maybe it was the $30 again. And corn dogs, I don't know how much they are, and I don't know how much Cameo takes off from the bottom line for like having her on the platform. I imagine maybe 70% is hers, and then 30% goes to Cameo. Maybe, I don't know. Right.
If it's like buy me a coffee, and if you want to buy me a coffee for my grad school books, the link is down below. that's
Nice.
That's a joke I have with another creator.
That was seamless, though. I've got to hand it to
you. I'm a pro. They don't take as much. They take a very small amount. Very, very like tiny amount. That's why buy me a coffee is very popular, because they like, if you get sent $25, you'll get like over $24. So they take a very small portion. Right. So I don't know with Cameo what theirs is. I'm not famous enough for anyone to do a Cameo. You probably would get good on cameos. Nobody wants an old lady like me doing cameos.
Hey, you never know until you try.
All right. You tell me when you want her to stop.
Gets like 7K views. Do you think I give a crap what my audience is doing behind the scenes? Do you think I care what they're doing with my video? I don't. So
thank you, Cheekbones.
Yes, if you ever want good advice, James, about food, you and Cheekbones need to get together. Cheekbones is a registered dietitian.
Oh, okay.
And she lives in the south part of the United States, like in the southern states. So I think, is it Tennessee, Cheekbones? I want to say. So obviously what we call the heart attack belt here in the United States.
She's got a lot of work to do then.
Yes. And she actually, if you're not aware, offered to give Chantel free help on her diet.
Oh, really?
And she refused.
Unsurprising. I think even like, it's like when she went back to Canada briefly a while back. She went to one therapy session and that was her lot. I just think she likes. I always liken her to like Hyacinth Bucket Bouquet from Keeping Up Appearances.
Oh,
she has this outward facade to keep herself prim and proper, but inside she's just imploding every minute, and not just her pancreas. Obviously, it's just her psyche as well. You know.
Right. Oh yeah, this is her. She's going to start showing her true colors soon. She's been on a 90-day hold with YouTube. She got a second strike. She was going to get her channel down for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And she's coming to the end of that time. So that means that the real Chantal in the Chantel cycle, she's going to be coming out.
She's like clockwork.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you, Cheekbones. You guys need to get together. I'm actually Tennessee. I did get it right. Oh, I'm so good. I'm actually planning. Yes, Tennessee. Yes, absolutely. I'm planning to do another stream because I get Cheekbones on panel often.
Right.
And I get, opportunities to people to put questions in the community. And we talk about healthy diets and what to do around food, because we want to make sure that we're getting, everybody, both sides of the coin.
Yes.
Because I don't want to just promote this person here. which is Chantal.
Yeah, that's fair. I
There's
think it's
look at
nice
the
to have
shade.
it's nice to have knowledgeable people around that actually give the sound, unbiased advice.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I often get like pharmacists in here. And then even Chantel will on occasion drop herself into my stream as Sarah Lee. And I'm thinking now she might be the person called Iced Coffee in my comment sections. Which is funny that Sarah Lee, if you're not familiar, James, is the name of a bakery here in the United States that makes cakes and breads.
The frozen ghettos, they're the ones I remember.
Yes, and we actually have a Sarah Lee factory down the road from me here in Suffolk, Virginia.
Right.
And you could even go by the Sarah Lee shop if you want and get it straight from the factory. So I found that ironic. Next thing I know, she'll be Mr. Peanut because we have the Mr. Peanut out here in Suffolk too.
Yeah, she'll be Mr. Kipling to me, I guess.
Yes, and she'll be Mr. Smithfield because obviously Smithfield, Virginia, famous for its ham products. So, well, maybe she won't have that one now.
No.
She's a Muslim revert and she's very good about making sure everything is halal.
Yes, indeed. Especially when she's back in Canada.
Oh, absolutely. She's very she likes to make sure she has integrity at all times.
Without to a fault is our Chantal.
Oh, absolutely. Nothing is going to sway her from her core beliefs. All right, keep going. You just say stop when you want to make a comment.
Yeah, no problem.
That's my addressing it. I don't care. All I have to say is grow up. Then they leave me a 1-star review. Didn't affect the bottom line. I still got 5 stars, honey. So thank you for your money. I made $30 off that 2-minute video.
Ah, but did you though?
That's what I have to say, Brenda. I wish I could make money. Yeah.
Right, and we just talked about why she may not have actually made $30.
No, it must have been like half that, surely.
Right, she has to have the cost for the corn dogs, which is a very generally inexpensive product. There were some other sort of weird things that she wanted her to put on top of the corn dog.
Oh yeah, onions and such.
Yeah, and then she wanted to have the obviously the portion that goes to Cameo to run the platform. So she maybe took home, we don't know, but it wasn't $30.
Maybe probably like $8 to $10, maybe.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
That's peanuts, really.
Yeah. It's really not very much. Not for, I'm not familiar with Kuwait, obviously. I almost took a job there, though, when I graduated as a teacher, but I chose Mexico instead. Oh, that was a mistake. Anyway, I speak fluent Spanish now, so I'm never going to complain about that.
That's a boon.
The mistake was my ex-husband. That was the mistake.
That's fair.
Oh, if you saw, oh gosh. Anyway, I'm not getting into that. My ex-husband is a celebrity in Mexico.
Right.
Yes, and I don't ever reveal who that person is.
Oh, I see. That's fair.
Yes, because then people would find out too much about me, and that's not what I want anybody to do. So, but yeah, I have a way more interesting past than Chantel will ever have.
There's some stories there then.
Oh,
you should get banging yourself.
Oh, there wasn't a lot of banging going on, unfortunately. More my choice than his. Oh, but he's on wife number 3 now, so I guess.
Oh, well done. The triangle.
Yeah, and she's a good 23 years younger than he is. So that just tells you.
Oh, marvelous.
Oh, and she's a social media influencer.
Oh, funny how things all correlate to each other in some weird way.
I know. It's definitely a wild story, but that will never be revealed. I will never make a YouTube channel about that. I promise you. All right. Keep going, Chantal.
Banned on Twitter? Probably for being an annoying fly. I don't give a crap if someone's a feeder and they have a fetish and they're watching my video. I don't interact with them. What do I care? Like, and then why fetish shame when you were going to sell your ugly feet? Yes, I did, Queen. a 1-star review. I know it's so juvenile, and then laugh about it like, hee hee hee. Did you see what I did? You're an adult. Like, what the fuck? Grow up.
Hold on.
Anyway,
you're an
this is what
adult.
happens.
This is coming from the same person who did Pictionary the other day, laughing their buyer off with the stupid drawings that she did of the reaction channels. And she's telling us to be adult. I see. Yeah.
And she almost dropped the F-bomb there.
Flip. How dare she?
I know. While she's supposedly this very religious, pious woman.
She does let the curse word slip quite a lot. The mask always slips. It always slips.
Right. This is not somebody who's in Kuwait studying the Quran and learning to be, you know, a good Muslim revert woman.
No, she's studying the Jollibees menu.
Right, right. She can't wait. Yes, that would be her book that she refers to as the book of takeaway menus.
Yeah.
All right, Chantel, keep going. You tell me stop, James.
Yeah.
Vlogging doesn't work for you.
Oh, hold on. She got big there. No, I don't want you that
That's
large,
fine.
sweetheart. We're reading your chat.
Let's shrink her a bit.
Yeah, we don't need that much, Chantel.
She's just mad people pay to watch you eat when no one will look at her feet. Hi, Abby.
Uh-oh. Got to
Whatever.
the chins.
Yeah, of course.
Keeping
Wait,
the
so how is
chins
that
in
game?
check.
How do you like the killer clowns from outer space? Hi, Iona.
How many pickles does she have?
I'm thinking
I
of
never
playing
see
it.
her run out of pickles.
She, I think, is quite addicted. Have you not ever seen her
No
get
way.
big jaws?
Addicted?
That's
Chantel,
the
never.
statement of the day. Have you ever seen that she gets like old pickle juice and then like will cut up cabbage and then throw it into the used pickle juice?
Wow, that's dedication to the pickle.
It really is. And I always have to laugh because my grandmother, who was from obviously here in the South in Virginia, she did say that pickles were were her like recipe for longevity, like having a pickle a day. But my grandma used to have like a little tiny piece of pickle.
Yeah.
Not like, I mean, she'll outdo a German on some dang pickle, man.
I bet she's got proper like sauerkraut-sized jars of pickles everywhere.
Oh, it's bigger than sauerkraut. We're talking like drums of this stuff. Like we're talking like if you went to I don't know if it's much in the UK if they have like the because they weren't around when I was living there as much, like the really like the grocery club stores where they have very large food items, you know, like for like if you owned a cafe or something and you needed to have
cash and carry. Yeah.
Yes, a cash and carry, exactly.
Yeah.
She has cash and carry size pickle jars.
Right. Yeah.
You know,
and she drinks the brine as well. So imagine the amount of sodium she's consuming every day. Not just in the pickles themselves, but in the actual pickle juice. She calls it pickle juice because she drinks it like fruit juice. I bet that's why she calls it that.
I promise you, her heart has got to have like a ventricle the size of, you know, nothing. It must be so enlarged, her heart, by this point.
It's like the Dead Sea. There's so much salt on it.
Oh gosh. I feel like she had that one hypoglycemic event. She righted herself for like 30 minutes and then she just went back to her regular, you know, scheduled programming.
Yeah.
So
it's it shows in her swollen hands and her swollen face that the amount of sodium she's consuming is, you know, making her retain a ton of water. And then you pair that with the excessive thirst that uncontrolled diabetes gives you.
Correct.
So I'm surprised she's not just chained to her toilet at this point.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I don't think she leaves very often.
Yeah, it seems like she has to pee every half hour.
Oh, her polyuria is out the wazoo. Yes, I mean, she's got the polyuria, the polydipsia, and the polyphagia, which means like she likes to eat a lot, drink a lot, and pee a lot.
Yeah.
You know, and I've been saying this for a long time. I promise you, I have said everything about everything on her heart, kidneys. Usually, when cheekbones comes in, because she worked in a dialysis center and dialysis area.
Right.
She and I will really get into the weeds on the effects of the body. I just, I can't, I just know she's not far from an event. I deeply believe it.
Now, we don't really see her from the neck down. So I do wonder how much water is in her legs and feet at this point. It has to be absolutely astounding, the amount of water she's got there.
And the neuropathy. I mean, diabetes.
Does she even feel her feet?
That was one of the things that I bring up all the time, is about how it's so important for type 2 diabetics and type 1s to do regular feet checks. And if you can't see, you obviously put the mirror at the end of the bed or wherever, and you have the mirror there so you can see what's going on.
I check my feet every day.
Thank you.
And then the nurse checks them every year.
Now, do you have to... Are you having a podiatrist with the toenails to help make sure you don't cut yourself and get something problematic, or are you okay now from that?
No, my feet are in good working order now.
Now, were you ever... you always let me know if this is personal, because obviously this is your health information, James, and I always want to respect that. Were you ever feeling that you were getting signs and symptoms of peripheral neuropathy at all?
Yeah, there would be times where I'd get tingling in my extremities, and they've stopped since I've, normalized my blood sugar. So I think I've had a bit of a lucky escape there.
Yes, because you're still young. And I always want to remind people that diabetes is a disease of the vasculature.
Yeah.
People don't seem to realize, I think, that how much damage it does to your veins and in your circulatory system in that respect. I think people think about the pancreas and maybe the pancreas not being able at some point to produce enough insulin to actually take those blood sugars into the cells and actually convert it into energy. And so I'm always, trying to, remind people that it's a disease of the vasculature. And I just cannot imagine what hers must look like at this point.
It's because obviously the excess glucose has to travel somehow, doesn't it?
Correct.
So
if it doesn't have anywhere to go, it's just going to keep circulating in the bloodstream. And blood sugar, the sugars are not small molecules, and they can be like shards of fiberglass cutting up your vasculature.
And that's why she's getting UTIs, because obviously the blood sugar, the glucose that's trying to get expelled through her kidneys is just destroying them.
Absolutely. And also it would lead to, she doesn't have any dental care. And I've talked about the fact that it's going to lead to yeasts in the mouth because of the excess blood sugars, just like it leads to yeast in her urine.
And that's what the bacteria feeds on the glucose that is in that area,
Absolutely.
So it's with diabetes, it's a domino effect. If you get one thing, it leads to like at least 2 or 3 other things that turn into complications.
And the more we get to understand it, we understand that, it leads to metabolic syndrome as well. It's just, the difficulty is because, and then obviously the diabetic retinopathy,
I bet she hasn't been checked for that in years.
I think she did get some type of optical check, but this is why she's so damaging, because she's sitting here acting like none of these things that she does with her, because she's very sedentary too. So she's not accompanying any of her medications with exercise or the correct diet. So these medications are really ineffective for her.
Yeah, for sure. And adding more is not going to help, really, especially if it's the same kind of medicine that she's taking. In fact, it's probably getting towards like a poisonous kind of dosage for 3,000 milligrams of metformin.
Right. And I would love Eloise because I have my pharmacist friend Eloise here. James, did you see her swim? Is what Eloise.
I did. I saw how purple her feet were. That could have been a reflection of the pool, but I don't know.
We don't know.
It was hard to tell with the camera quality. I know she nearly waterboarded herself as well, which is, that was almost the moment. And her partner was like, "Are you okay?" Still holding the camera.
Because he cares.
He's such a marvelous husband.
He loves her. He wants to make sure she's safe at all times.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, definitely.
We have theories that he's trying to take her out.
Maybe. It's not something that would be completely out of the realms of reality.
No, I mean, just as a way to get rid of her. But Eloise, I'm so glad you're here because we did have a question, or at least I have. Can you double up on your Janumet like that? Put the answer down below and we'll bring it up while we play. But I don't know that is usually how we go about it. But she seems to think it's like a blood pressure medication where you just take an extra dose if needed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the NHS website says that 2,000 milligrams of metformin is the max dose.
Yes, that's what I understand too.
Yeah.
And that's why this is why she's so problematic to me, because that's not how you manage your diabetes at all.
You don't self-medicate.
Right. And she, I think, is the queen of the Google self-medication. And then she's out here like, "Oh, I just doubled up my," girl, do not give that as a medical information. That is not what we want to teach people, especially when you have 100K followers on your channel and young impressionable people in your chat. She make me feisty, James. She make me feisty.
You have to think about whether the medication is slow release or not as well.
Correct.
So if she's having an extra 1,000 milligrams as a slow release dose, she is then putting herself in the danger of having too much metformin over a 24-hour period. And that could lead to all sorts of strange happenings to her.
Right. And I understand that from what I was reading today, it could lead to, oh gosh, no, I'm going to forget my old brain. But there are certain toxicities that you can get from metformin. Eloise, drop down which toxicity it is, because I'm having a blank at the moment. But they can lead, you're supposed to be carefully monitored when you take metformin, because it does lead to I think it leads to a toxicity that would require for you to get hemodialysis.
Yeah, it does. It can damage your kidneys, so that's why it has to be stringently checked often.
Correct. You should be getting your GFFR, glomerular filtration rate.
Yes.
You should be getting that checked regularly when you're on these types of medications in order to make sure you're not getting that kidney toxicity.
Yeah.
That's, and so for her to double up on that is so bad, because she could lead to a toxicity. And she's nowhere near to be getting any type of hemodialysis on this. She is not. Kuwait is one of the things that kills me, is that she sits here and acts like she's a resident of a country that she's on a tourist visa for, and that she's getting regular care and has like this GP who's like monitoring her and her health. And that is not at all the case. She is not getting a regular doctor on a tourist visa in Kuwait. That is just, but she acts like, yeah, I live here, man. And I'm like following up with my GP and all this other stuff. All right, let's keep going. You tell me.
Sorry.
Oh, no, you.
I was going to say something.
Oh, say something.
What concerns me is that what happens if she does have an event, and, if she's high up in a high rise, how are they going to get her down from such a tremendous height, especially at her size? Because
they're not going to be able to fit themselves, the stretcher and her, into an elevator. I don't know. She's going to have to slip and slide down the stairs.
you'd have to get the fire department as well as the ambulance, and that's extra time that could be used to treat her.
Right. And I don't know if they have a fire department like we're accustomed to, like the services that we may be accustomed to may not be the same in Kuwait.
And bariatric sized ambulances is probably something that she would need.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, in reality, the only way they would be able to get her out of that building, I think, is actually to get her on literally the slip and slide her down the stairs. I'm being absolutely serious. I know
Yeah.
it sounds
Oh
horrific.
no, I know. That's the like scary thing about it. That she is so high up that if medical professionals were trying to get her out of there in a quick manner, it's not going to happen.
Right. I mean, I've had patients that literally fall at home who are elderly, who are larger sized, and they literally have to have someone call the fire department to help them up off the floor. Because their family can't do it. They have to bring the fire department. Most of the calls of the fire department in this country, at least that I'm aware of, are probably to do with medical events more than a fire.
Yeah. Well, I will say that I live in an apartment block, and months ago, the fire brigade had to be called for a large guy who had an event, who unfortunately passed away. But they had to literally get a ladder to get up to the first floor, which is second floor to Americans, I believe. And they had to like break the door down, get a ladder, and then get all these kind of instruments just to get this person out. And they couldn't help him in the end because it just took so long to get to him, and that was only on the first/second floor.
That's just that. I think to me, Chantal is like a teenager who still believes she's invincible.
Yes. She has arrested development, I like to think.
Yes, I mean it's difficult to assess because I don't treat and diagnose Chantal on my show.
For entertainment purposes only.
Yes, entertainment purposes only, absolutely. Because of the fact that she would need a physical assessment. And the one time she gets to the therapist, that's a meet and greet. You're not actually doing any therapeutic work at that time.
No, it's just to get you accustomed or to like see if you're a proper fit for each other.
Correct. So when she always says, "Oh, I've had therapy," no, girl, you've never had any therapy at all, and it shows. And why she's arrested at this age, whatever but I would probably speculate into that idea too. All right, you tell me when to stop.
Yeah,
put the video up on your channel. Yeah, I should. Yeah, really, babe. My mouth is closed. I got this from Pennington's. Hey, Grandma G. The pickle has a little stem. Rosemary, you'd have to ask her, but she's a failure at it, so I don't know. The corn dogs? In case you're lost, somebody named Bonnie messaged me, requested a Cameo. They said that they can't eat like they used to. They like watching people do mukbangs because they can't eat like they used to. No mention of sexual gratification whatsoever. And she would enjoy me eating 2 corn dogs and sent me $30. And I said, okay, corn dogs are friggin' cheap. I'll get a couple corn dogs and I'll do it for you. No problem. So I did the video, ate the corn dogs and said, I appreciate you watching me. I'm sorry that you can't eat like you used to. I hope you're doing well. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Being juvenile. So anyway, so I did it. I don't know what the drama is. Like, how is it a feeder video? How is it a feeder video? Like, they're so stupid.
Shoving phallic objects into your mouth, darling.
And even if I was in the feeder business.
What do you think about what she's just said there? I wonder sometimes, though, if she gets onto the Cameo as a gateway and then maybe asks people to PayPal her on the side, too.
It is possible. I mean, there must be some. I don't know if the video goes through Cameo in some sort of vetting kind of way, but yeah, there's probably the videos of her being a bit risque with the food, I think.
Right. But I also wonder too, to get rid of the cameos, getting their portion. Once she's connected with the person, is she asking them to PayPal her at some point?
Yeah, that does seem likely. Although PayPal still take a cut, but obviously it's a lot less than Cameo would.
Right. I don't think it depends on how they send it through PayPal. You could get all of it.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if she's got a PayPal business account.
Correct. Yes, absolutely. Or they could even Venmo it. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know, but there's ways to there's definitely ways that she could circumvent anybody getting a portion, because she did brag recently on one of her live streams that she took down that she got thousands of dollars a month from eating.
It certainly doesn't show.
Well, at one point she was spending 4,000 to 6,000 Canadian dollars a month on food.
Bloody hell. I mean, even at my biggest, I don't think I could have spent that much money in a month.
It's insane, isn't it?
Bloody hell.
I know. Let that sink in. That's a lot of money to a British person. She was making a lot of money. She was making a lot of money on YouTube at one point.
Good Lord.
$20,000 to $30,000 a month.
And what she got to show for it?
$60,000 owed to the Canadian government for unpaid taxes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. She's deep and dark, James. She's deep and dark. We think that part of the reason why she stays out of Canada is because she owes the Canadian government so much money. So
we'll have to let Justin Trudeau know where she is.
Oh, she loves Justin Trudeau. She'd love that.
Oh, does she?
I'm being facetious, obviously.
Oh, I see.
I don't know. She complains about everyone. All right, keep going, Chantel. You're so happy today.
So what?
Oh, got her too big there. I don't know why I keep doing that. What's going on? Keep going.
How is that different from you doing your big ugly feet business?
Oh, she's going on about the feet thing.
You were so kind and supportive in that video. I don't know how we're wet, but I thought it was negative, but it's boozy.
I know.
I don't know, Jackie.
Well, she's actually...
I need a restraint.
If we stop a second, she's actually kind of inadvertently equating the two by comparing them, because she's saying, well, I may eat food for perverts, but at least I'm not showing my feet. It's that kind of inadvertent language that she's using.
Right. She's passing a moral judgment on somebody else.
Yes. Yeah.
She passes a lot of judgment on others.
Yeah, she seems to try and be on a moral high ground a lot of the time, but it's made of sand, unfortunately. So she's always brought down a peg or two in very quick fashion.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that YouTube never really takes her channel away, it just perpetuates, I think, her feeling of superiority.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, you tell me when to stop, love.
Eating order.
All right.
Ew. What scapegoat? The corn dogs? I'm not telling you where I got them from. Goose Congo loves you. It's weird. It's so weird. Like, what are you trying to do? And then leave 1 star? Like, you're full of shit. Teardrop, 14 months. Love you, beautiful Chantel. Thank you so much, Teardrop. Pretty shit, babies. I really appreciate the support, my love. I really do. I'm not upset for emoji. I'm just saying how stupid it is. You know, I'm not upset. I made money off that. If you want to send me money and be a DICK.
No, you don't sound upset at all. No, we've only been watching you for the past 11 minutes rage about somebody while you eat corn dogs and lacma or whatever it's called.
Yeah. She's upset because it was somebody from Girl World who managed to catch her on this.
Yeah.
It was somebody that she did one of her lovely Pictionary drawings on.
Right.
And so she kind of, you know, by doing that, fueled other people to, you know, because we've been talking about her and she's been denying that she does this type of content on Cameo.
Yeah.
And they were able to catch her in it. And so she's not happy. You know, she's not happy to be found. So this is a video where she justifies her actions and starts to rage.
Yeah. It's just like, I may do this, but at least I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
That's kind of, making her kind of side hustle a little bit more irrelevant.
Yeah, like, oh, it's not a bad thing. I just eat for people on camera. It's not sexual. But you've said it's otherwise.
It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be sexual language at all.
Right.
It can be something as simple as, I want to watch you eat an entire plate of such and such.
Right.
Or I want you to do this, and there's nothing sexual. It's just, eating a lot of food in quick succession.
Keep going, Chantel.
Hey, go ahead. I don't care. The game never fails to make me laugh. It's funny. You should buy it and stream it. Chantel, you be human in many reactions. I might buy it and jump in your lobby as clowns. We were considering it. Maybe even Salah playing or something. No, cunning linguist. No, it's just, ooh.
Good Lord. Trigger warning for a jump scare. What was that?
Her
It's like I fell into the Marianas Trench. Oh.
I know.
That was the opening to Saw 3, wasn't it?
I know. I was like, I do not ever want to have that much close up on her dental.
No, thank you.
Oh, gosh.
Salah doesn't even get that close. Good Lord.
I know. And then somebody over here, I just have to point out, Thumbelina says, I'd eat corn dogs for a lot less than $30.
Yeah, I bet you would.
Oh, her chat is just wild. It's, I would, they would, these people would be keeping me in a job for the rest of my life.
Sorry. Hold on. I have a seed in my mouth.
Oh.
How come I can't do it? There's no filters. You're going to be very... Remember I used to do this all the time? Hold on.
Oh, she looks so puffy there. My word. It's like the topography of Mars.
I know. We already think, well, we're not sure. She obviously has to use a CPAP at night.
Yes.
Which we have always concerns that she's not following the correct hygiene for the CPAP. So we've always
got to clean that every day.
Correct. And Chantel does not have the highest of hygiene standards. So
That's true.
So we just don't know what she could be breathing into that CPAP at night. Because she is, and then she's got potentially the rosacea going. It's a lot. It's a lot. All right, keep going, Chantel.
You guys! You guys!
Well, we know we know that nobody's going to help her, so helping with the camera's not going to work, is it?
Well, I thought Salah was there as a dedicated cameraman, but I guess not today.
Obviously not. It's his day off.
Right. And if you just saw a quick peek of her doors, it looks like it's got something that got thrown at the door, and we think that might have been her original glucometer.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually, yeah. Because it doesn't work, you guys.
Right, because she had one that broke, and the screen was broken. So we wonder if she got a blood sugar reading she didn't like one day and hurled that thing at the door. We don't know. So the glucometer has disappeared from her life now. She doesn't show her blood sugars anymore.
No. Oh, and she said that if she was donated $100, she would do her blood sugar. Somebody donated her $100 the other day, and she never put her blood sugar up.
Of course not. Of course not.
She changed her mind about it, guys.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, she'll take the money and run without a problem. Oh, she does it on the regular. She says all sorts of things that she'll do. She just takes people's money. She doesn't care if she follows through. You're a fool if you actually do it. She has a horrific history with animals. And one of her cats was not well cared for, and one of the people in her chat was extremely concerned and sent her hundreds of dollars. This was somebody who was making $20,000 to $30,000 a month and just wasting it on just just the worst depravity you can imagine, really.
Yeah.
And they said, you know, are you going to get the cat? I sent you, I think it was like $300 they sent. It was a fair amount of money. And she said, well, no, I'm keeping it. You know, it's mine. That's why I would never send her money. Not even to send her a hate chat or catch her in something, because she don't care. She's got no moral compass whatsoever.
It's all money to her, regardless of where it comes from.
Yeah, absolutely. She has no integrity. Her integrity is gone. And anybody who supports, this is why I you know, I have people come into my comment section like, why are you trying to take her income away? Like, I should feel bad if her channel got removed. Like, I should feel responsible for this heinous, and I'm going to say it, heinous individual.
Yeah, she's reprehensible.
She really is. She is such a dark and depraved individual that you know, why would I care if her income got taken away? I don't think she should be making an income with what she's doing.
No, absolutely not.
So, all right.
I think that's probably why she's trying to branch out to TikTok.
That's a sinking ship over there. They're trying to kick the locales off of that site. I mean, she's going to have to compete with like worse locales than she is.
Yeah, for sure.
TikTok begging is out of control. I mean, out of control. And I'm always shocked and surprised. I think it must be young people who are sending money to these folks just to get a rise or whatever out of them. Because I can't imagine any adult who has a mortgage or their life together would do anything to support or sustain these individuals. Because anyway, it blows my mind, James. All right, keep going.
I completely agree.
All right, you tell me when to stop.
Yep.
I got it, babe. I had a seed in my teeth.
What are you doing?
Oh, he's there. Oh, go away.
I'm a loser.
No.
Big back.
You're cute.
Oh, man. This is only.
Yep. Oh. I was about to say, James, if this gets too much, we can switch over to the mukbang. You just let me know, okay?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I've got a thick skin. Don't worry.
In my teeth. Sorry. Big back. What are you doing? Remember, I used to do that all the time. Oh, have you ever had fatar? It's full halloum, so it has halloumi, za'atar, olives, and tomatoes.
No. Oh, well, I said I had a thick skin, but not for drinking pickle juice. Oh, my word. Oh.
I told you this was a wild one.
Yeah, I didn't realise after saying that. I thought she was just going to talk a bit more, not bloody drink literal salt water. Well, they say that drinking seawater drives you mad, and salt water's kind of similar, so we could be onto something here.
It just... All right, I'm going to let her keep going, because we know what I think about her poor heart in this moment in time. There's not enough blood pressures and medications in the world to... I don't even want to know what her blood pressure is. She tries to always say it's perfect and she's in great health.
Yeah, I don't think so.
She just needs one day of a salad and she's righted again. You know.
Yeah. Just one little slice of beetroot a day and she's perfect.
Right. And all that fruit that she consumes.
Where are those vegetables again from her grocery haul? I think they're long in the garbage now, aren't they?
Yeah, or they turned into pickle.
Yeah, I mean, she is a pickle, let's be honest.
When I see those grocery hauls and all that beautiful fruit and veg, I just get so sad because I just know it's going to end up in a dumpster. It's sad. It's sad. You know, keep going, Chantel. You just took James's breath away.
That'll grow some hair on your chest.
Followed by ice.
And this one, Queen is Labna Zatar. It's a lot of bread.
It is
Thank
a lot
you.
of bread. Bloody hell.
I like vinegar drinking it.
If we stop for a second,
Yes.
I have noticed that she always does this. She goes from one thing to another to another to another in quick succession all the time when it comes to food and drink. It's very strange to me. I kind of liken it to like a rescue animal that has always had food taken away from them. She always seems as though somebody's going to take her food away. And I wonder if that's a kind of a reaction from her childhood for entertainment purposes only.
Right. I see. I always wonder what was the relationship with food in the household. In the
Yeah.
respect, was she given food as a means of comfort? That like, oh, you're having a bad day, go grab yourself, a McVitie's biscuit or something, get yourself a
Yeah.
penguin, or is she or was food like something restricted from her? So I don't know which way it went,
Mm.
But there's definitely an oral fixation that's going on there.
Yes.
Something constantly having to go to the mouth.
Yeah.
And Freud would have a lot to say about that. Tell me when to stop, love.
Yeah.
Rosemary. I'm a big buck. Reese PC. Yeah, I did, Brenda. Pickle juice. The thing is, Jarish is pretty hard to find, so I hope you can. Oh, you're welcome. Whatever motivates you. Good night, Curry. ECP. I love it. Ghost Fish 2.
Is that Julia
Is
trying to
someone
escape?
slaughtering a pig or drilling something at 3 in the morning?
Hashtag free Julia.
Yes, free Julia. It sounds like someone's doing maybe some construction work in that apartment.
Well, maybe.
I don't think it's Salal, though. He's like drilling pictures of him. He's finally hanging up that nail so she can hang up that 100K plaque.
Ah, yes.
I guess they have. I mean, I'm surprised it just sits. Anyway, that's a whole nother story.
No. What's the daily limit for sodium? I don't know.
Yeah. Sansa Cooks will tell you.
I believe it's 2,000 milligrams for a
Yeah.
normal person.
Yeah.
Like somebody without heart condition.
Yeah. And I imagine she's at the very least got hypertension.
Oh, she's probably. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if she's not starting to get heart failure, which is why she sounds so
Yeah.
out of breath.
Oh,
She
yeah.
She doesn't exercise.
Because she
I-
she gets out of breath with getting a fork, doesn't she?
Correct. And that's all going to be coming from a lot of people mistaken shortness of breath as a respiratory problem, which it can be. But most of the time it's actually due to because the heart isn't working effectively.
Is it like
And
COPD?
I don't know about this. She could be getting to a place because she has a history of smoking where she could have COPD, obviously, too, because we know she's on the CPAP. But that
Yeah.
could be actually often from a cardiac reason because your heart isn't working effectively enough. So
Yeah.
you're not getting enough of that oxygenated blood through your body. She might have an ejection fraction sitting at around 40%, which means that only 40% of her blood is leaving the left ventricle, which gives you
Right.
less oxygenated blood in order to do your bodily functions. So it's probably a combination of the two. But
Sorry, carry on.
No, ask the question.
Oh, and would being in a super hot country like Kuwait kind of exacerbate that?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Because she's then dealing with the body trying to, regulate its temperature, because you do have to get accustomed to these types of weathers.
Yeah.
So that it can be actually quite hard on the body. in order for it to try to get to its homeostasis, which I'm sure her body struggles daily to try to reach homeostasis.
I guess it doesn't help that she's constantly in air conditioning.
No,
so she can't adjust to the climate at all, really.
correct. Which is why she suffers when she gets outside. But I know this. I think the reason why she has to sit down so frequently is coming more from a cardiac issue. And
Right.
obviously, if your heart isn't working, it's not going to be able to supply the blood supply even to the lungs to have all these functions work.
Yeah.
So she's masking, because she's 40 now. She's not somebody, she's very sedentary. The heart is a muscle and it has to be exercised.
Yeah.
And if you're not exercising your heart muscle, it will go into heart failure. As much as she doesn't want to walk around and move, she's doing herself even more damage than she realizes. I did cardiac rehab as a nurse for a long time. I started out as cardiac. So yeah, she's her heart is a mess. So that's why she doesn't have the energy to do anything. She talks about traveling and doing all this stuff. Girl, you complained walking an airport in Frankfurt. She got upset because they wouldn't give her a wheelchair in Germany, James.
I've been to Frankfurt Airport. It's not that
Me
big.
too. And she's upset with the Germans. And Frankfurt isn't the biggest airport I've ever been in.
No.
I mean, go to Heathrow, sweetheart.
Exactly. I would say Heathrow is much bigger than Frankfurt Airport.
Frankfurt is tiny comparatively to she needs to go over to Atlanta, Georgia, to their airport. She better never fly through Houston or go to O'Hare. I'm telling you. Or even
Frankfurt's a marvelous airport.
Which one?
Frankfurt is a marvelous airport, I must say.
Oh my gosh. I went to a rave underneath that airport.
Did you?
I did. I gave somebody some good memories because they remembered then, like, oh my God, I remember there was that club underneath the airport of Frankfurt. Yeah, I went to a rave there, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
Told you I was a raver back in my time. All right. Come on, Chantel. And I didn't even do that much damage to my body comparatively. Oh, my Lord.
I drank it all.
She's drank all of that. And she's drinking more. Oh, God. Like,
let's continue. Tell me when to stop.
I can't even formulate words at this point.
I told you, this is almost worse than the mukbang.
My word.
Because you just ate all that bread and cheese. How much sodium is involved in that?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I always tell people. I used to tell my patients, you got to watch for that hidden sodium. The hidden salt and cheese. The hidden salt and bread. And now she's like just downing pickle juice like it's water.
And she was saying the other day that the Mr. Beast burger was too salty. I don't believe she knows anything about flavors at this point anymore.
She understands nothing about sodium content in food.
No.
She's never met a label she likes. Tell me when to stop, sweetie.
Yeah.
Okay, no more. I'm saving this though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a Foodie Beauty fan. Why?
Oh, absolutely.
One of my favorite drinks is iced tea with a pickle chaser.
Must taste delicious, hey?
Lovely.
Sounds like she's like, yeah, sounds like a Pernod cider and black. Off you go, sweetheart. The cat trying to escape always.
Julia.
I know.
Free Julia.
She kept running.
Poor cat always staring outside. Where's my family?
I wish she'd keep running.
I know. I know that cat's always looking for when the door opens.
Yeah.
So she can escape.
It's such a beautiful cat as well.
Oh, she's gorgeous.
She's gorgeous.
I
she's
know.
just living with that monster.
Both of them.
Yeah, exactly.
And we already figured out she's probably on Howie number 7 by now.
Oh God.
My little pit bull, bully mix, is asleep on the chair over here. I don't know what to do because I have to move the chair because I have a sponsorship deal that came through and they sent me a recliner. So my first YouTube brand deal.
Nice.
And it's a massaging, heated, everything, which
that
as
sounds
a
amazing.
nurse, I'm going to be very grateful for because I'm about to get back to work. I'm actually getting my badge tomorrow because I'm going part-time with an agency, working with potentially pediatrics, babies who are on nasogastric tubes, potentially because they had cardiac issues when they were born. So they're on nasogastric feedings, but they're home. And so I, be doing that part-time while I'm actually in grad school. So, yeah. So I'm excited.
Well, I know a few nurses from my time at university. And I applaud the work that you guys do. It's wonderful.
Well, thank you. And I feel bad sometimes because the nurses in the UK don't make anywhere near the money that we do here in the US.
No.
Nothing like it,
And they still do a marvelous job.
Absolutely. When I look at the incomes, I'm horrified. Actually, for some of the positions and the amount of responsibility and then the pay grade on it, I'm like, my Lord, that's just insane.
Yeah.
Because here in the United States, I'm sure there's a lot of nurses who would love to come over. I happen to be born here, which is why I have the ability to be in the United States.
Right.
And it's a whole different world for pay scale, but they do such a marvelous job. NHS, you need to pay them more.
Exactly.
All right. Keep going, Chantal. Keep horrifying poor James today.
She falls for it every time, huh?
You don't really want some pickle juice after this.
Yes.
Did you hear that laugh? My word.
Was that Salah?
Yeah. It just sounded like sounded like I was about to be chased by something.
He's got his own issues, but he's a whole other person to unpack.
Yeah.
The two of them are just, I don't know, a really toxic combination in my mind.
Yeah, they really are.
All right, you tell me when to stop.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm about to eat a little bit of sugar because if not, I'm ordering from Lulu Sweets. I saw people eating the Matilda cake on TikTok, and now I have to have some chocolate. So I'll use the bubble machine.
Followed after the pickle juice, of course.
Imagine
why do you
how
remember
all
little
this must
intricate
taste. Imagine how all this must taste.
I don't even know if she has any taste buds left.
No. Well, I always posit in my videos that she's got one, and it's always under duress. It's only the hot taste bud left.
She has gone from the breaded, cheesy, like with sesame and herbs, all the little lacma thing, to pickle juice to iced tea, to pickle juice to iced tea, and now chocolate.
I know the cake she's talking about as well. It's the Bruce Bogtrotter cake. I've seen other people her size eat it on TikTok, and it's got to be at least 8,000 calories on its own. And that's just one slice. That's not the whole cake.
I don't know if you could just see my face and what the expression I made. I am absolutely gobsmacked.
Yeah. And can you imagine if she tried to eat all of that? Because I know she would give it a good go.
Oh my gosh. See, I'm at the other end, as you could probably tell. I've been a skinny my whole life. At 5'9", I'm sitting at 127 pounds at the moment.
Right.
And so I'm always, obviously, even though I'm at my weight, I could never imagine consuming a cake of 8,000 calories.
It's like it's got at least. It
It's
looks like it's got at least 12 layers of sponge,
oh my lord.
and then you've got the it's all chocolate, and you've got like a load of buttercream icing between each layer and on the outside. And yeah, it's not. It looks horrible. And I can think of better ways to spend my calories, honestly.
And better ways to take out my pancreas, maybe.
No, yeah, exactly.
Oh my lord. And somebody's over here in the chat, Bruce, Bruce, Bruce.
Yeah.
And they're not talking about Bruce Forsyth, sweetheart.
No, Bruce Bogtrotter is who they're talking about, I imagine.
She is so trying to be on TikTok.
She is. I wouldn't be surprised if she went for some kind of like big eating thing that the TikTokers do, because there's these people that eat like a load of items that are covered in a certain thing. So like loads of items covered in gold and things like that.
Right.
And I imagine she would be the kind of person that would go for that just to get the social media views.
And the thing is, she's competing with so many other people. She's not ever been able to really get her TikTok audience off. And I don't know if she's starting to realize that her time at YouTube is coming to an end. And that's why she's trying to move platforms, or she's just trying to monetize, you know, wherever she can. But I understand that TikTok really doesn't pay very much per its views. So you really have to be getting millions of views on stuff.
Yeah, I think TikTok, yeah, YouTube pays a lot more than TikTok, definitely.
Right. I think I have a TikTok. I don't do anything with it. I just sometimes I don't have the time to look at TikTok. I got a life outside of social media. The only platform I show up on is YouTube. And it's really because of stuff like this. Oh, gosh, 8,000 calories. That's going to disturb me for a day. You know that.
No.
I don't even think
Wait till you see the look of it. Bloody hell.
Oh, God. Oh, God. I might have to just check it out, but I'm probably going to be horrified, James. That's going to be way too much chocolate for me.
It's done by a bakery in Leeds, I believe.
Oh my God, it's from the UK?
It is, yeah.
Oh no. Are we trying oh my God. Like Leeds needs that.
I know. It's like they say that, you know, UK people reckon that Americans are bad with food, but the UK is just as bad, if not worse.
And I've tried to say that too, you know, like, don't think that because I'm, you know, with the accent that I think that the British people have any better control over their diet. Because there's a kebab shop on every corner.
Yeah.
And, you know, and I don't think that, you know, whatever, there's certainly not, that, yeah, we've got some really bad eating habits. So it's, and obviously they do in Canada too. So this is not like us trying to say, you know, we're on the higher ground for this, that, the other. Because the habits are, and it's becoming more global. It's not just in our westernized world that people are starting to eat like this. You know, it's global. They have their own issues in China too with people and their
it's surging in China, isn't it?
Absolutely. So I mean, it's not, and so and as somebody who's in healthcare, it so concerns me that, you know, this is going to be a global crisis for young people. And I just don't want them to have the health issues that come along with it. I can't, you know, but try to, you know, educate people around processed food and ultra processed foods and eating in this manner. And that after a while, your body is just not going to be able to cope with it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's keep going. We'll have James here all night otherwise.
Dear Bruce, the rainforest. Celeste's laugh gets me every time. Oh my God. I love it.
Is that Dracula?
The dog goes chasing bubbles. Hi, Millie. Out running errands, but should be home in.
He's certainly a succubus.
Yeah, he reminds me of Count Von Count from Sesame Street.
Oh God. Oh God.
He's got that kind of Transylvania tinge to his voice.
He is just, they talk about the folie à deux when they come to certain things. I don't know if you're familiar with that term.
No.
It's when two people can get together that wouldn't commit something bad, but once they're together, it happens.
Right.
So there could be like, had Myra Henley not met Ian Brady? Is it Ian Brady?
That's what I was. Yeah, that's the example I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yes, and they call that like a folie à deux, like the two of them together. Maybe separated, it wouldn't happen, but together, it suddenly they're kind of working off each other's energy,
like Fred and Rose West kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I sort of wonder if they are egging each other on, as we say at home. I don't know. You tell me when to stop, sweetie.
Yeah, no worries.
About 20 minutes. Okay, I should be still on unless I can't handle my sciatica, but I should be, Melly. Hello, Amy. You're an everyday Miriam fan. You have fun, girl. Wolf pup.
Wolfie. Oh my God. The size of that thing.
Your Game Boy broke? Oh, yeah, Jesse.
Oh, get your glasses on, woman.
Some are just like hillbillies. Yep.
I am so scared of her getting, I'm concerned about the diabetic retinopathy.
Yeah. Like she could literally wake up blind one day.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of the leading causes of blindness at the moment in the world.
Yeah.
I don't think she realizes. She really doesn't understand that, literally it grows microvascular. It's like it literally grows mini veins that attach itself to the retina and then pull the retina away.
Right.
That's what happens in retinopathy. It's not, it's like, and there's no reversing it once it happens.
Yeah.
That's it. It's gone. There's no procedure to fix it. And she definitely is starting to get to that place. She don't care.
And if that happens, she's got no support network.
She has Salah.
Well, I don't think he'll do anything. We'll probably film her stumbling around.
Oh, yeah. It'd be content.
Yeah.
She'd want sympathy for people because she went blind.
Yeah.
It's just, it's incredible because she's not young. She's 40.
Yeah.
Probably with the insides of an 85-year-old. Her physical age and her actual age for her organs is not the same because of the damage that she's done to herself.
Yeah.
I'll make you real depressed real fast. But I mean, I think it's so important that people understand the fallout. And it's not because we in the healthcare industry dislike people and want to make people feel miserable. These are just the cold, hard facts of what happens in the body. And as much as you want to feel that you're invincible, Chantel, you're not invincible to these things, especially the way you're eating at the moment, girl. Jesus. I mean, anyway, you tell me when to stop.
Hi, Jaime and Camilla, Energy Egg. Hi, Kaylee. I didn't go. No, but tomorrow we're going to go out. Babe, I don't want to go swimming. You're dreaming of Everest. An insult to hillbillies. Meatball subs.
And that's, to me, is ironic from Chantel, and I'll let her carry on after this, is that she is very derogatory about people from the southern part of the United States and likes to call them rednecks and all sorts of really nasty terms. And I'm from Virginia originally. And so I'm a cold, hard southerner, not like that, but I mean, just from the south part of the United States. And there's always this impression that if you're from the south, because of the accents and so forth, you're a little bit dumber. It's kind of like the reverse in the UK, where but it's but she is supposedly from quite a country area in Canada, so she is considered the Canadian, like a Canadian redneck. And she's like so nasty. But from what I understand from the Canadians that follow up my channel, that she is kind of from that type of, area, being from Cornwall. It's considered
Right.
country.
Yeah.
So it's ironic that she's so sort of derogatory towards others when she herself is not considered to be from a fancy area. So
Yeah.
Chantel got airs about her.
She does. That's the hyacinth bouquet in her.
Oh gosh, that's a great comparison. I love that show. It was one of my favorite.
Sabre, did you listen to Type of Negative when you were cooking? What? Who is Everest? She's snapping since she hasn't been able to get a job. Stay hydrated? Yeah, sure. I'm stress eating. People don't stress me out.
No.
You wish you had any effects.
I know.
Stop for a second. You wish you had effects makes a 2-hour video about one person, makes 2-hour videos about something that happened years ago. She's such a, oh good lord, she's a hypocrite. She's all the words under the sun that I can't think of right now.
Probably most of them are not allowed on YouTube.
Most likely, yeah.
Am I the one buying cameos just to have a reaction? Like a 2-year-old? No.
She's at the height of maturity.
Maybe someday, but not next vacation. Our little keyboard ditty. We will have a keyboard night, ECP, yes. Hey, Dragonfly.
Guys, now it's late time, so we cannot play music, People sleeping around. Maybe next time. Playing, keyboard.
You're going to do a concert?
Yeah, why not?
You're so cute.
Same as you.
No. Did you see the close-up of my teeth?
The zoom in was so cute.
Thanks,
It's
babe.
like watching Sonny and Cher.
Or Ike and Tina Turner.
Yeah, that's probably more appropriate.
Not that Sonny was that nice to Cher either, but
No.
oh Lord. Oh, they're so cute together, aren't they? Don't you feel the love?
Yeah, it's like watching two praying mantises.
Who's going to eat who first?
I think I have an idea.
Just I promise you, I think she literally has teeth starting to rot and fall out of the back of her mouth. Now when you were something that people notice is that she really just like takes huge spoonfuls of food and just literally shoves it in without chewing.
Yeah.
Was that something that you, not to be personal, but when you were probably at the height of wanting to eat more and consume more, were you finding yourself not wanting to use the energy to chew, or?
No, I was more like a mindless eater, so I didn't really have any kind of thoughts about like the quickness of eating. It was more about just the mindless thing. Like I was in control of the eating process. I was in control of what was in front of me. So it wasn't about like getting as much in as possible. It was just like eating the food. I didn't get that at all. No.
So, because we have obviously, thoughts that because the ghrelin and the lectin, it takes a while for it to kick in to say, hey, hold on, you're full. You don't need any more food. That she potentially eats very quickly in order to beat that clock. And I wonder too that, eating and chewing, that actually takes a lot of energy. And that maybe she's trying to sidestep the energy being used by that process. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, judging by what she's been eating lately, she does eat a lot of soft things and a lot of soupy kind of things, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Which would give credence to that theory, I guess.
Yeah.
And if she's losing teeth, then the quickest thing to eat would be just a load of pureed food, really. I wouldn't be surprised if at one point she just ended up putting an entire meal in a blender and drinking it.
Yes, absolutely. I can't imagine, since she doesn't get good regular dental care, that her mouth has got to feel sore.
Yeah.
She doesn't brush or floss, it seems, very regularly. All the white that looks like her teeth are white, that's a filter. That is not anything to do with her actual, I thought I put this on focus. Got scam likely coming on my iWatch. Anyway, let's keep it going. But yeah, she all right, keep going, go.
Am I weird? I'm probably the weirdest person you ever met. Be honest. Special.
Why are you laughing? Like different.
I love it.
What the age?
What the age? I'm special.
What always shocks me, James, is this is Chantel with some filters going. So we don't really know what she looks like.
No, I see. She reckons that she is about 330, something like that.
Yes, that's her guesstimated weight.
Yeah, and I'm under 320 now, so I'm about 319.
But how tall are you with it?
6'2".
So you're tall.
Yeah.
She's 5 foot.
I don't think she is in the 300s. I think she's in the 400s at the very least.
Absolutely. And I believe the scale she has may not go to a weight that would accurately weigh her.
No, it's calibrated for like Martian gravity or something.
Right. She actually hides when she does show the rare doctor paperwork that she has. She'll cross out the weight.
Right.
Obviously.
Yeah, of course.
She doesn't want people to actually see. And I wonder sometimes too, your thoughts on this. Do you think that's part of a denial?
Yeah, I think so, because it's if you have to be weighed and you're forced to be weighed at a doctor's, that's a lot different to being blissfully ignorant at home, ignoring your scales while they gather dust.
Right.
So I think, it is kind of a willful ignorance in that respect.
Yeah. And I always feel bad that people think that we in the medical field, force people onto the scales. It's just one of the metrics that we use to gauge people's health. It's not because we want to punish people on a scale.
Well, yeah, because nobody else is going to see it, really. So,
right. I wonder sometimes if the diet culture has kind of like really demonized the scale. And I try to be sensitive around these topics when I was working with my patients, because when patients have heart failure, it's very important for us to make sure that they're not gaining, a certain amount of weight in just a couple of days, because that will give us indication if the heart is failing.
Right.
And so it's used as a metric really to monitor health. It's not really meant to make people feel bad about themselves. And I wish we could try to, work and help educate people. It's not us trying to victimize somebody or belittle someone or be negative. It's really, we need to use these metrics in order to get a better picture of somebody's overall health, along with weight, blood pressure, the heart rate. It's just it's a number for us in healthcare, and an important one often.
Yeah, I think diet culture is a definite factor in that, because you've got things like Weight Watchers and Slimming World, where you have to be weighed in front of a group of people.
That's
basically.
horrific.
And,
I don't agree with that at all. No, I think that's, unless you're prepared to have that, but I think for many, that could be really hard. And that actually could give more negative consequences of somebody having a successful journey than
Yeah.
positive.
Especially if you put on weight that week.
Exactly. Exactly. And there could be a number of factors as to why somebody could have gained an extra pound or two. That's got nothing to do with what you've been doing eating.
Yeah, you could have been 2 pounds lighter the day before, and then you ate something quite salty, or you didn't have a lot of sleep, and then you'd have gained that 2 pounds overnight. It's easy to do.
Right, you could literally be holding bowel.
Exactly, yeah.
So I feel like that is such a terrible message, and I think that has now made it more difficult for us in healthcare to get people to understand that it's not about us trying to make a judgment because of your weight. And
Yeah.
obviously, as somebody in healthcare, if it's something that we know is concerning, well, then, it would be negligent if we didn't address it with the patient and let them know the potential risk factors and consequences.
Yeah.
And it's such a hard thing, because obviously most of us who go into healthcare, it's because we care about people, not because we despise you.
Yeah.
And, I think that, a lot of people, especially here in the US, I wonder, really are like thinking that, we're victimizing people or trying to shame people or make people feel bad, and it's really comes out of concern because we've studied pathology. We understand the effects of things on the human body, and we want the best health for people at the end of the day.
Yeah. I think the sphere of influence of fat acceptance and things like that doesn't help matters, especially in the UK and the US.
Absolutely. And I think, it's so hard because obviously we don't ever want people to be bullied or teased because of their size. And it can go both ways. I promise you.
Yeah.
I was a skinny thing growing up. And it didn't matter how much, I didn't probably have my mum was very healthy in the food in the house. She was a vegetarian. So we didn't have, we just didn't eat out, have fried food. It just wasn't part of our family culture. I was a distance runner, very thin. I promise you, I got teased mercilessly at school for being thin.
Any kind of difference from the norm, any kind of deviation was kind of, targeted, really, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that people forget that it can happen both ways. And I think, it's hard. But anyway, that's a whole different topic. Let's keep Chantel going.
I'm special. I am special. Where's juice? I'm a juice.
I'm wondering if we just stop that for a second. I'm wondering if that's a double meaning of the word special that she's trying to get away with.
Yeah.
Because she's very she does like to have those kind of dog whistle kind of words.
And I think Salah knows the ones that will keep her happy.
Yeah.
But he also potentially understands double meanings in some words in English.
Yeah, definitely.
So calling someone special can have two meanings in our language, as you probably know.
Yes.
So I wonder which one he's really using.
Yeah, I think they're trying to be like, they're trying to have this little cute inside joke between the lovely couple, but we all know that they're both black-hearted heathens.
Right. Yes. They're both trying to gain something from it, and we're still trying to figure out what he's getting. We keep thinking he's trying to get to Canada.
Yeah. I think they're trying to, keep their audience, keep us thinking that we're stupid because they're just, saying this lovely inside joke that nobody's going to understand when it's, it's completely transparent what they're doing, because we know that Chantal has a track record of homophobic language, racist language, ableist language. So, she's not very good at hiding her true colors at all.
Oh, she says some vile things. She really, sometimes I see her and I'm just like, I'm just horrified at the things that escape her mouth and the lack of awareness she has sometimes. it can get me quite heated in my house. Sometimes I just have to switch away. That's why I get panels going, because sometimes I can't. She upsets me a little bit.
Yeah. Oh no, I completely understand. I've had a couple of times where I've lost my tether.
Right. And that's okay. You get to, that's why I love your channel, James, because you get to lose your tether. I have to try to remain some type of composure as a medical professional. And I can't say words like I want to say, because people be like, you can't say that. You know?
I get it. Yeah.
So that's why I enjoy other people who can say it. So you get to say it on my channel. Don't worry. I just can't.
Oh, good.
I got to hold a higher standard sometimes for professional reasons. All right, keep going, Chantel. James isn't going to want to be up all night with your nonsense. And we're barely getting through this thing. So let's continue. And you let me know when you're ready to stop, sweetheart.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm always able to enter at any time if we get bored. Because we've already been into this a couple of hours now. But we're still holding on to the audience. So there you go. By the time I get off of here, we probably would have had 1,000 some views on this thing. So there we go.
Blimey.
Oh, yeah.
From that. Yes.
You gonna rubber bell?
As usual.
As usual. Every time she goes to her crunchies, I say, big back, big back. You're both cute. Thank you, overly anxious magpie. Thank you, Ghostface. My mom tells me I'm special all the time. Aw. Now I'm gonna mukbang some wolfen. Who hates my voice? Julia smells like fish, tuna, and shrimps. She does. Oh. Yeah, I sold myself for a corn dog and you paid $30. Dumbass.
You just tell me stop when you want to make a comment, James.
Karaoke. Dreamy of ever. Can you do a Cartman impression? I don't know if I can anymore. Gizmo, yeah. Why do we need to? Yeah, we don't need a back and forth.
Who is my love? Who is my love?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Me! Eating crunchies mukbang. Sociopath. Yeah, definitely weird. I am.
If we stop there for a second, I do think she likes to project a lot. She loves her projection. Like she's calling somebody else a sociopath for entertainment purposes only.
Right. Yeah. Which, there's, really we don't use that term in psychology really like that anymore.
Yeah.
That it would be part of a psychopath. It would be part of a psychopathy and part of a trait rather than an actual diagnosis.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So usually they probably would have had, and they would have had potentially in their childhood defiance disorders. And then usually anybody who's showing traits sociopathy would have had that from their childhood too. That's what's going to make you into that area. You can't suddenly have had a great childhood and no problems and then become having sociopathic traits as an adult. Yeah. Usually you're going to see it in childhood with defiance disorders, and doing really awful things as a child, like harming animals, defiance in school, butting up against authority. And then it just sort of progresses as they get older.
Yeah.
So she has some oppositional defiance there. And it can go into adulthood. But for education, entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, she projects, and these two together are very toxic.
They are.
Yeah, and he's feels like, I don't know. Girl, you found him on international Tinder. Need I say more? The fact that these two have hooked together and yet they stay together too just shows who his character is at the end of the day as well. Because I don't think anybody in their rational mind would want to keep having a relationship with somebody like Chantal.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at it in a positive light, 2 people have been saved from these 2.
Well, we don't know if anybody else is being saved from Salah, but at least we know other
True.
people are being saved from Chantal. But in
Yeah.
a way, not really, because she's got all these people in the chat that
True.
are being influenced by her and minors. So that to me is where she just, you know, she's just, she has so many problems. It's incredible. All right, keep going, girl.
Yeah, I know, teardrop. Excuse me, imagine having a problem with someone, then using your money to make more of what you disagree with. That sounds counterproductive and slightly unhinged. It sounds like having 0 life to me. 0 life.
Yeah. So with that, if we stop there a second, that's because that's saying that she couldn't form a cogent argument about what that person in the chat just said.
Yeah, and I'm not sure which person she's responding to in here. Oh, here it is, maybe. Imagine having a problem with someone, then using your money to make more of what you disagree with. That sounds counterproductive and slightly unhinged. I'm not sure where that came from, but yeah. All right, keep going. You tell me when to stop so we can get through this live stream.
All right.
Super check. I don't talk about my health anymore on here, you know, or my weight. I just love it better that way. Like anytime I start getting into a health journey, it doesn't mean I don't. It's just on YouTube, health journey on YouTube. Okay, I hate my life. I hate it. I hate everyone around me, and I want to punch the wall. So yeah, it's so annoying. People coming in here.
Marvelous.
You know how many sodiums you had today?
So are we talking about just beating today?
Anybody, a lot of people. No, Julia, this is my puppy. How you two?
Imagine working with her as your patient.
Yeah, you got no hope, have you?
0. And
That's
she'll
the
just
thing.
show up on an emergency room in Canada without a blink of the eye.
Once she's been taped back together, then she'll just let herself fall apart again. And it just becomes a continuous kind of cycle, doesn't it?
Until the body can take no more.
Yeah.
Until there's something amputated or something.
Yeah. And it seems like we're getting closer and closer to that.
Right. And so, you know, it just, and this is probably why I went into the mental health part, as you can see, because how do I take care of the physical health if I have to deal with this going on upstairs?
Yeah, you need a holistic approach, really, don't you?
Very holistic. Very holistic. And I don't know if it was somebody with Chantal unless she actually got a full diagnosis, which would include physical assessment. Would you even know where to tackle her to be able for her to care enough about her own body at the end of the day?
Yeah.
It's, you know, and the fact that she is, you know, hates the idea of taking care of her health. How do you respond to that with somebody who has now decided that my health is is important to me? How does that statement from her make you feel? If you are happy to answer that.
It just makes me kind of sad, really, that somebody would it's not even resigning themselves. It's kind of actively wanting to fritter away their life. And it's, you know, I'm glad that I've kind of pulled myself back into a position where I can be wanting to be able to do things that I was never able to do before. And she seems to have these grandiose ideas, but she's just slipping deeper and deeper into a pit that she can't get out of.
Right. I think she thinks in the back of her mind one day she'll wake up, and if she decides to address her health, she'll have a 6-pack ab the next morning and look like, I don't know, Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of somebody who's...
Well, I mean, how old's Jennifer Lopez? She's in her 50s, isn't she?
She and I are the same age.
Yeah,
So
so
she's like a
Jennifer
couple of weeks
Lopez.
older than me. She's 54.
Mm.
She'll be 55 in July.
She looks marvelous for her age, and Foodie can't really say that of herself, unfortunately.
Well, she actually thinks she's 98% better looking than anybody else on the internet. I'm being serious. I'm being dead serious. She has said that. She's 98% better looking than anybody else on the internet.
That retinopathy's hitting hard, eh?
She's looked at herself through filters for far too long.
Yeah, cataracts.
Yes. She's all glazy. Filtered. She's got natural
Cloudy in there.
right there in her eyes. Oh my goodness. That's like me without my contacts in. But yeah, it's hard to think that how she just doesn't care about her health. But I know this is the sort of person that will, be begging for it once they hit an emergency room after an event.
Yeah, when it's too late.
Potentially.
Mm.
And it interests me, I guess, how she just can't have that awakening away. It doesn't seem to matter how many health scares, she's not sort of suddenly thought that she's worth it. I think there's a lack of self-worth in there.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like as much as she tries to put on a facade of bravado, like, I don't care, I don't need to, I mean, the length, even the voice, the intonation, everything that she said around mentioning the word health hawk, it's frightening to me, because it's like she's demonstrating this is just my entertainment purposes only. I'm obviously not diagnosing, treating Chantel, and this is only speculation.
Yeah.
That her self-worth is actually so low that she doesn't care about herself at the end of the day. As much as she wants to say that she's, doing this, that, and the other, and, having this face like, I don't care. I wonder, maybe she just doesn't really care. Maybe she doesn't have that faculty within her to recognize that she should be doing something different. Scary to watch.
Yeah.
Because obviously.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you, James.
Well, I was. It just seems like she only care. I think she does care about herself in the sense of she wants people to have some kind of reaction to her, and she doesn't care what it is.
Yeah.
Any reaction is a good reaction. Like any publicity is good publicity. I think that's kind of her credence and code.
I guess she's going to die on the hill of she doesn't care about her health.
Literally.
Literally. And obviously you're somebody who's, decided that I'm worth it at the end of the day. I'm worth feeling better. I'm worth, enjoying my life. I'm worth more than the food that I ate or consume, That's you let me know if I'm wrong, but obviously you've decided to take your life by the handlebars and say, no, this has got to change, because I'm worth more than this.
Yeah, I think Chantal is the ultimate consumer. She will consume anything that gives her value, whether that be likes or things like that. And she's gotten to the point where she won't care about her health, because she's got people on the internet who say something about her. That's kind of where her worth lies, I think. That's where she feels her worth lies, I think. People are talking about her, good. That's she's worthy. Right.
I mean, she said she's jealous of somebody who got 1 million views for eating a cockroach. What does that say? Which literally says she is prepared to do anything to get a view. I think you're right about that.
It's like an episode of Black Mirror.
Oh, she's just this. That's why this live was so wild to me, because she's just like, she had that health arc for like 2 seconds. I mean, they get shorter and shorter with her every time.
Yeah.
She feels really sick one day, and she finally gets to a point where she feels like ill enough that she cares. And then the second she feels slightly better, it's all, throws it out the window until she has another event come up.
Mm.
And anyway, let's keep it going. You tell me when to stop.
No worries.
For what it's worth, I'll eat a corn dog for free. Exactly. I'm like, corn dog, that's a good idea. You want to pay me? Sure.
Oh, hold on. I got a super chat. Hold on. Let me get this up here. I'm so sorry, guys. Let me get this one up. Oh, I've got a couple. Hold on. Hold on.
Seriously,
I got a couple of chats in here. I'm hanging over on my other side of my screen, not catching my supers, and I really do appreciate this, guys, so much. Ellis, and I'm so sorry that I'm late on maybe saying this. I saw screenshots taken from recent live streams, and her lopsided face and uneven pupils are very concerning. Yes, they are very concerning. I am not sure, like I said, unless I physically assessed Chantel and was able to actually see her hemodynamics, I'm not sure if this is indicative of her starting to show signs of heart failure. And the pupil, I'm thinking that there is probably potentially retinopathy coming in. So that's what is concerning to me, is that obviously I do wonder about her heart function from looking at that. And thank you so much for that very generous super. I appreciate that. And then Marilyn Lee came in. Thank you so much for this one. And she says, I know that this has nothing to do with today's live stream. I just wanted to say your shorts with your sweet dog are fantastic. Oh, and I love the music. Well, thank you, Marilyn Lee. We actually have been trying to make a couple of shorts, and YouTube has not been uploading them. So I've had to delete 2 really good ones lately. And I'm so glad that you love seeing Junebug. Like I said, I did one yesterday and it would not upload. And I don't know if it's because I'm not in any type of black zone. It shouldn't do that. But recently, when I've been making them, and it's not far from my home, they're just not uploading. So I'm trying to figure out what is going on, because I never used to have these problems. And just the last 2 I do, it's just pending, and they're never uploading. But Junebug and I have been trying to get out there and encourage people to get outside, get their steps, stay, healthy. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. You don't have to think you need to be. And this is what I think with Chantel, James, is that she thinks that in order to be healthy, you literally need to be doing like high intensity interval workouts and all these really complex exercises. Now, what do you do? Thank you guys so much for that generosity. It is very much appreciated at this time. What about for yourself, James, just to talk, what things have you incorporated into your day to day in order to add a little bit more exercise?
I just walk more. That's probably the main thing that's gotten me to a lower weight. I started off not being able to walk very far at all, maybe like 50 meters. And I've built up over the past couple of years, and I now regularly do like 3 to 4 kilometers a day.
That's awesome. Do you use like any type of like smart device in order to help you?
Yeah, I've got a smart fitness watch, and it tracks my steps and my movements every day.
Excellent. Now, I also recommend that if you want to add something like that, there's lots of apps for your phone where your steps will turn into gift certificates. Do you use anything like that? I do.
No, I don't actually. I've never really tried it.
Well, I don't. I know here in the US, I'm not sure in the UK. I have like a cash walk app, and it gives you a certain amount of like, for every step you take, it goes towards like gift cards. And I just cashed one in yesterday for $5 at Ulta.
Oh, lovely. All helps, doesn't it?
Well, it does. And I think that, for some people, they'd be like, oh, it's just not enough money. I promise you, when suddenly are, well, here in the US, saving for taxes. I mean, I've been able to get like, I'll just show it. I got my little lip thing here, my e.l.f. lip oil. Thank you to Cash App, and so I'll get myself a little something fun from it. And I've had probably now getting close to $100 in gift certificates.
Nice.
So I'm always saying to people, do something like that. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. They don't ask for a lot of information. They show you a couple little ads or whatever. I had a friend of mine who works at a supermarket. And so she's always doing a lot of steps throughout the day. And she has it and she loves it. She gets money off at Walmart. So, and they have Amazon, all sorts of stuff. So one thing I always encourage is to get something like that you feel like you're getting a reward at the end of the day, for your steps. So look into that, because there's probably one in the UK. And I know we could all do with, finding a little way to get a little bit of extra jingle in our pockets. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know it sounds corny as all heck, but the biggest reward for me is like getting my health back,
Absolutely. And what have you noticed the most? Obviously the increase in that, but what other benefits? So we can talk about something positive, because Chantel's so positive.
Things like better sleep. I've noticed that my hair is like fuller. I'm more muscular. There's all sorts of lovely things that weren't there before,
Right. And now
my hair used to be really frail and brittle, but now it's a lot more, it's like back to how it used to be when I was in like my 20s,
Wow. That now I know for men that's a big thing, I think did you change some of the things, like other than obviously portion sizes, were there things that you started to incorporate more in your diet?
Yeah, I mean, I eat a lot more fruit and veg now. It's a lot more whole foods that I eat in my diet. So I was doing research into processed and ultra processed foods, and I would say like 90% of my diet is whole foods now.
Very proud of that. I'm so proud of that. As a healthcare professional, you have made my day. Thank you so much for doing that. I cannot stress more, when I worked at the cardiac rehab, how much diet really does play a part. And I know it takes a little bit longer to make real food. I understand. I'm very much somebody who enjoys a plant-based diet. I know. Sometimes I'm like, oh my God. I always feel like I've got so many dishes and pots and pans and all these things that I need to be getting, along with. And it's incredible. Now, do you want me to just speed, because we're getting up to 3 hours of streaming here, James? So I know you probably need to get on with your night in the UK. How much more time do you have to spend with us? And maybe I'll speed Chantel along.
I've probably got like an hour.
Okay, I promise you, we can go 4 here. I've done it before.
That's all right. No worries. I'm enjoying myself here, so don't worry.
Okay, as long as you are, because I'm having a blast, and I know the audience is having sometimes the longer streams. I promise you, we can get a lot of people, especially with somebody as wonderful as yourself.
Oh, thank you.
And if those of you in the chat, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to keep obviously James here, but I'm just so that makes it, and I think when you're doing your reactions, just as a thought from me, is that if you talk about how you've changed your diet along with it, I think people would really enjoy that, to sort of talk about how you feel so much better because you did, because listen to how negative and the health are, girl. It's so wretched in so many ways that aren't beneficial. I have to mind myself, because I promise you, I want to say some other things, but
she's the ultimate cautionary tale, to be honest with you.
I cannot. Well, unfortunately, and I don't know if you were familiar with Life by Jen.
Oh, vaguely, yes.
She is definitely a cautionary tale because she passed.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because she, had some sort of, congenital heart defect or something. She should be the cautionary tale to a lot of people who do this type of content on YouTube, and it hasn't stopped. Hasn't made any effect to this person whatsoever. I don't even know if she got a leg amputated, which she is going to have to. It probably was. At some point, if she doesn't control it, she will be amputated.
Mm. I mean, even people who handle their diabetes well, there is still that possibility, you know.
Absolutely.
And with the way that Foodie eats and treats herself, she's on like a high-speed train to that.
Right. And I don't ever mean to scare people who have type 2 diabetes, you know, or make anyone feel nervous. But I worked on a vascular for working with these patients in Charlotte, North Carolina, when I traveled as Norrin. I've had to, I've, not done the babies and the cute stuff. I did all the really hard stuff, and I've also worked hospice, end of life care. So I've had to, a lot of experience in, seeing what people's health outcomes will be because of risk factors that they're choosing to have. And she's choosing these risk factors at this time. She's drinking pickle juice.
Yeah. My granddad was a type 1 diabetic who didn't take care of himself. And this was in the early 90s. So there was a lot less info about diabetes back then, I suppose.
Correct.
And he would eat, he'd still have his sugary stuff, his sugary drinks and things like that. And he lost both his legs in the end to diabetes because he just didn't take care of himself.
I'm so sorry your grandfather had to go through that, James. I'm so sorry. I mean, because it's life altering, absolutely life altering. And she just thinks it's funny. To me, it's just so wild. And I'm wondering if at the end of the day, when she gets off these live streams, does she really think it's funny? Or is this just a face she puts on? I haven't figured it out yet.
It's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell, especially with Chantal, because maybe the old Chantal would have cared, but maybe over the years that she's created this persona, maybe she's becoming more of the persona and losing less of who she used to be. That's my thoughts. Keep going, girl.
You're going that far for content. It might be time to go work at, I don't know, Hardee's or something. All right. Yeah.
The irony.
You might have better chance at flipping. Go work at a corn dog stand. Go do it.
Don't mean to laugh.
I hate this person, so I'm going to spend my money.
People are like, I'm laughing. It's usually because it's through despair, just to let you know.
It's incredulous laughing.
Yes. Yeah. I'm kind of like, people are like, you're laughing. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of because I don't know what other coping mechanism to use.
It's kind of that gallows humor, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is. And it's kind of like I'm horrified laughing. So it's not really because I'm finding it funny. I'm using it more as a coping mechanism in some way, if you may, to say,
yeah, you're kind of scoffing at it, aren't you?
I don't know. I think I'm just so, I'm not scoffing necessarily. I think I'm more just cannot believe sometimes, like, how would I even manage somebody like this? I'm like at my end's wit, if you know what I mean. With it, like, I cannot believe what you're saying, like, and the nasty things she's saying about people who actually have jobs. Girl, you've been on YouTube for 7 or 8 years now. For most of us, YouTube is not our career, but it is for her. Oh, tell me when to stop, James.
These people hate me, but they have no choice to be at my butt because they need me for content. They need it. What are you doing with Hey Richard? On how to be a proper Muslim? Please. When did you take the Shahada? Give me a break. Mind your business.
So someone here, just to sort of go back, because it was somebody actually in her chat said they've been recently diagnosed with diabetes and they're watching Chantal.
God help them.
I know. God help them. Jeez. I mean, that I cannot. She would be the last person I'd want to watch if I had just recently been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like what kind of diet you should be having.
Oh, there I am laughing because there's no response.
No, well, there's sometimes all you can do is laugh, and it's not even like, finding it funny. It is literally just exasperation at the end of the day.
That's it. That's exactly. You hit the nail on the head there. It is. I'm exasperated by it. Exasperated. Sorry. Sometimes I don't say things right. I had a lisp when I was a child.
It's okay.
And the speech therapist tried their best.
Who the hell are these people to tell me anything about religion? Like anything I do is between me and God, nothing else. Show me a perfect Muslim or a perfect Christian. Give me one example besides Mother Teresa. Hi, Legally Blonde.
Yeah, Mother Teresa was the perfect Christian.
I'm surprised you didn't mention Mahatma Gandhi.
Oh my word! There's somebody. Oh gosh.
As a Catholic, how do you feel about that reference?
I mean, we all know that, like, the real story behind Mother Teresa. She, denied people access to healthcare who really needed it.
Right.
And to think her as saintly shows that you just know nothing about the world at large, really.
Right. The more you read about Mother Teresa, you realize there was a lot of problematic stuff happening in India.
Yep. And she caused a lot of it.
Right.
But she was beatified for it because, the Catholic Church does gloss over a lot of things, as we know from historical events.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wasn't she originally from? She was from somewhere in Europe, I thought originally.
She was Albanian, I believe.
Okay.
I think Eastern Europe, somewhere like that.
Right. Yes, and then because I think there's a misconception that she was actually from India.
No, she's European, yeah.
Right, and so we always want to clarify that she was not a native of the country of India, but she certainly used it to her advantage.
She obviously was a missionary nun over there.
Correct. So yeah, but no, Chantel has no idea about anything. Her she learns from TikTok. That's
she
a source
does.
of information, beyond obviously TikTok. I think she always wants to talk about being an English major, but I think and people always remind me and correct me, she spent like 13 days in college or something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm slightly exaggerating on the shortness of the time, but it wasn't much longer than that. It was a couple of weeks.
We'll never know, I don't think.
No, but she's certainly no graduate of any educational institution that's of higher ed. Oh my goodness. I guess it is just fascinating to watch somebody who's so caustic have made so much money on this platform. It just sort of belies trying to educate and improve oneself when you can be just this train wreck and make a living, which I don't think would have happened in any other time in society.
No, unless you ran away to join the circus, I suppose.
Right. And then the earnings were still limited.
Yeah, true.
You don't usually have people being so rewarded financially, which we know to operate in modern society, you have to have money. It's not like, maybe there's certain parts of the world, but in the United States, you can't get off the grid like that. I mean, there's certain parts, but I mean, especially here, I don't know how the economy is doing in the UK. Like I said, I haven't lived there for quite some time.
Yeah.
But here in the US, the average salary that you need to have any sort of just basic standard of living is wild. It's huge. I mean, literally, we're talking in the six figures that you need to be earning to have just the basics now in this country. And there's not many jobs that pay that. But she was making that type of money, especially during the NADA era. Thousands, like I said, 20 or 30,000 a month. She was if you had watched her chat back at that time, this would have been all super chats. Just money being poured in to her. and just made, I mean, just sums of money like you would not believe. And I guess that's kind of contrary to what usually happens. Usually you're making money for the work that you do that's good, in the respect
Yeah.
that you're completing a task. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that every business is ethical, I can promise you.
Yeah.
But that's why I was very particular about the sponsorship brand deal that I have with the company, because I had to make sure they had the right ethics behind it, at least what I could tell. About sustainability and, you know, how they kind of manage the company. Because Temu reached out to me, and that was obviously a big fat no. I would never promote something like Temu. I just, you know, I that to me, on an ethical, sustainable, planet good, I could not do. Whereas Chantel would be very happy to take a Temu sponsorship.
I think she'd just grab any sponsorship, I think.
Oh, yes, including anything through Cameo.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's keep going.
BBJ, where's Madonna? Maybe next time on
Who
TikTok.
loves
Oh, I did a
Madonna?
TikTok live. Everyone has someone under 18 in the chat. Am I going to go ask everybody? Gizmo, how old are you? So anyone can lie about their age. Who cares? Right, babe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody has the rights to judge others. Only God judge you all.
Yep. Hi, Lauren.
So how was your TikTok? You like it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's because they
even
don't
Mother
pay
Teresa
their,
was yeah, it was
their
really, really
people
fun.
who make those garments.
Yeah.
But you couldn't figure out how to do the buttons.
Yeah. So I'm going to learn more about it. I don't know any.
I'm sure that Temu has no ethics in garment making. So I would never, unfortunately, be able to purchase anything from Temu. I'd like to think that the people who are making the garments I wear are actually being paid a fair and living wage. So if Kelly Slater, if you want to give me a sponsorship for Outer Known, please give me a call. But yeah, I need to think that the garment workers are being treated fairly. I don't care how cheap the item is or how cute the item is. I need to know that the people that are creating these items are being treated fairly and ethically at the end of the day. And I'm okay paying a little bit more by knowing that. That's just, you know, how I feel. You know, that I've always been a bit of a, you know, ever since I was young, I've been a little bit of an activist. Not that, you know, but that's just me, because I want to get a fair wage. Why shouldn't we think that the people who are, you know, making garments, making things that we enjoy, are also getting that same advantage in life? I don't want to perpetuate poverty in other countries because I need to have a sundress. That's just how I feel. Sorry.
Anything
I
about
don't want to
TikTok
get
other than
too much on
scrolling.
my whole
And then,
thing. But that's just me. That's just me.
Yeah, I had maybe like 100, like on the highest it went to was like 130 people, and then maybe almost 30K likes. You're 33.
See how she beamed at how many likes she got.
Right. And she glossed over the ages of people in her chat. I can promise you, I don't have a lot of young people watch my content. And obviously, I try to make sure that in the chat, we don't bully, we don't harass, we don't say nasty, negative things, even though I'm commenting on Chantal and her behaviors. I try to still take the opportunity to educate and inform people from it rather than bully. I've actually gotten, you know, a little bit cranky about some channels in Girl World because they're very caustic to me, or they've used people's health as a way to clickbait people, you know, and that's not, you know, that to me, you know, is a gray area that I don't want to get into. Do you have anything to say, James?
No.
Okay. Because people always tell me I don't let my guests speak enough, so I want to make sure that you're getting your chance to talk, sweetheart.
I think it's been a very amenable tete-a-tete.
Oh, I'm enjoying it. I wish we were just in the pub having a chat.
I know. Well, I don't drink alcohol, so it'd just be a Diet Coke for me.
That's fine. I'm just talking about the pub culture because
yes,
I'm a kind of a lightweight myself. You know, I've never been a big drinker, but I like the culture of hanging out and just having conversation. That
that
doesn't
is
seem to
nice.
happen like it used to. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sitting out in the garden and, because I promise you, I was a lightweight. I would be on the half a pint if I was drinking anything. Oh, yeah. I cannot drink spirits or anything, Anyway, like even I'm like, I have an ethically made shirt on at the moment. Anyway, I'm looking at my buttons that are all ethical. Okay. All right. Keep going, Chantal.
So you're 3 years old.
Oh,
You're you're a prodigy at that point.
So I, recently have called, if you probably know, Chantal out and reported her for having minors in her chat.
Yeah.
And having been a school teacher before, it's concerning. And again, as she glossed over and made fun of her health, she's doing the same as far as having people that she knows could be potentially minors, and she doesn't restrict them from her chat. She encourages it, actually, because it's more likes, as you said.
Yeah. And if they're paying members, it's even better.
I don't even want to try to get into the ethics of taking money from a minor for her
especially with the content she produces.
Exactly. And it's unfortunately, when you have young people like this, that is that age, where they really do get really vicious, almost like Lord of the Flies. Like that's the time when, I feel like bullying increases. There's just so many, and she's somebody who's that's so shallow. I would not want my children near her content if I had kids or anybody else's kids who I knew. And it's not even just because of the eating, it's literally the words that come out of her mouth.
Yeah. That's why we have age certifications in movies and things like that.
Exactly.
To keep young people away from this kind of stuff as best as possible. Right.
Because they don't have the faculties to really determine really what is good and bad in some ways. They do, but they don't, because the frontal lobe isn't fully developed until you're 24. So their rationality is not there. And that's just science.
Yeah.
It takes time for that part of your rational brain to develop, which is why you can make really stupid mistakes when you're young and not realize that you're making bad mistakes. It's the reason why I always blame myself for the bad marriage I had, because I got married at 24. And I always let people know my frontal lobe was not fully developed at the time. And that's why I made a dumb decision. Oh, Chantal. So she's trying to minimize, if you may, having people who are underage in her chat. And by saying, oh, well, they could be 5, they could be 45. Like, I don't know. She takes no responsibility.
Yeah, it's just concerning because obviously, children are impressionable beings. And when your hormones run rampant in your teen years, you tend to be exceptionally impressionable, and sometimes that leads into like negative endeavors, and it just makes me so concerned that she's got this power to be able to influence what people do, especially if they're young. And that's why I hate the fact that she's got such a large platform to shout from.
Mine too. I absolutely agree. Let me know when to stop next, James.
Yeah, no worries.
Yes, go space. You're wise enough.
Yes. Christy, what kind of fruit? Raspberry, blueberry, strawberries, or pineapple? Raspberry. At the end of the only having a person, it isn't anyone on the internet, Chantal. I think you're good. I would put $1 million on the fact this reason has done way worse in life. Yes, thank you, Jody.
Okay, so let's just take a quick look at Jody's wonderful with the last name Pratt. That seems appropriate.
Very apt.
I cannot. Anyway, at the end, you only have to answer to one person, and it isn't anyone on the internet, Chantal. I think you're good with you all. I love that. I love that
Mhm.
for us English
Wonderful.
majors. Because just to give you a heads up, James, when I was at university trying to be a teacher, believe it or not, my 2 subjects were English and theatre studies.
Mm.
And now I'm in the sciences, so I don't know what happened to me. So when I see that you are spelled like that, you're good. I'm like, no. But anyway,
Pretty
I
much.
would put $1 million on the fact just Breezen has done way worse in her life.
Mm.
And just Breezen was the individual who did the corn dog.
Yeah.
So it's just, to me, it's like and you know who they're talking about, the one person, don't you? And they're not really supposed to be a person. I think aren't they an entity? isn't
What
God?
a deity.
Yeah,
An
a deity.
omniscient
Thank you.
present. Omnipotent present.
Yes, an omnipotent presence. Yes. There's a much better. Gosh. Chantel is definitely the omnipotent narrator in this story.
Oh, she's the unreliable narrator.
Oh
You
my
know,
God.
like in The Telltale Heart, where the narrator tries to convince you they're sane.
Oh God.
It's giving me those vibes.
If you've ever want to pick up a good book, there's oh gosh. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. There was a book about, oh gosh, it was a Spanish lady writer. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to remember the book. Something of a sociopath. No, it wasn't Diary. Oh, it's such a good book because it's from the viewpoint of the guy who's like a sociopath.
Right.
Oh, it's a really good book. It's a Spanish female writer. God, it was a really good book. Gosh, of course, I'm not going to remember. Somebody, if you're in the chat, if you know the book I'm talking about, drop it down below. Oh my goodness, my old brain. Oh, too big. That's too big of a Chantel. Go back to
I have a
small.
criminal record for feeding my grandpa.
No, don't sing. Please, James can sing, but not you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I love your songs.
It's horrible.
Oh.
Really. A criminal record that she has the nerve to talk about you.
The worst
Oh my God.
the worst
The worst on the internet and in the whole entire life.
the worst I did to my grandfather was spit out some free dent he gave me in his car because in his new Buick, because why are you giving me free dent? That's for dentures, like people with dentures. Anyway,
It's a type of chewing gum. If you're
nothing's
not
gonna harm you
familiar.
not while I'm around. Nothing's gonna harm you not while I'm around. Demons will charm you with a smile for love. Thanks, Richard.
So she's the type of child that
I was
would
like the blue
spit out gum in her grandfather's car.
I mean, she hides gravy under a table, so
Diabetic
you know.
eating chocolate.
Oh my gosh.
She's
Tell
a
me when-
pickle drinker.
Oh gosh.
I think that should be a good insult for somebody. Oh, you're a right pickle drinker, you.
Unfortunately, pickle has other connotations, as we know.
True.
So some people might actually take that as a compliment.
She would, for sure.
Oh my goodness, Chantel. I might have to write a thesis on you when I'm in school.
Others think big up Chantal Salah Green from England. Thank you, Andrea.
Oh, there we
Alright, I'm
go.
caught up on recording.
Thank you. Story of a
Channel.
sociopath. This is the
She's
one.
married. Oh yes, I'm
If you want to
married.
read a good book, James, thank you. I knew my chat would come up with it. Thank you. Yes. Story of a Sociopath by Julia Navarro. Very
I'll
good
look into
book.
that.
Very good book. If you really want a very interesting, especially and obviously it was the English version. I could read the Spanish version too, but they didn't have that copy available here in the US. And no, I'm not trying to show off. But I do speak Spanish as a second language. And I would actually be interested to read it in Spanish, just to get the sort of, the
original meaning.
Well, yeah. And often when you translate, you can lose meaning. But it's such a good book. Oh my gosh, it's really good. It's really good. If I was in Mexico, I would have read the Spanish version probably. Just because I'd want to get that sense, it's like reading, oh gosh, the author I'm thinking of wrote 100 Years of Solitude. Who am I thinking of? And cholera and the time, something in the time of cholera. Oh,
I don't know.
I can't remember. Anyway, thank you for that. Yeah, it's a very good book. Yeah, it's a excellent book though. Excellent book. A really good one. When I lived in Charlotte, North Carolina, oh my gosh. I'm a little bit of an introvert, and if I can be just told, you don't have to worry about housework today, you just get to sit and read. Oh, heaven, absolute heaven.
If you meant anything, I didn't think they meant anything like that. I'll try the white chocolate pineapple true fruit. White chocolate? You didn't say anything about chocolate.
Oh, free didn't come with sugarless.
Yeah, Brenda, true.
Sitting alone in her parents' basement. She lives with her parents. Maybe time to grow up, especially if you're getting giddy off of like what is even in the. I'm gonna leave her a 1-star review and prove that she has feeders. Okay, get a life. Yeah. And then now she's all giddy, like she gets a heart on as soon as she hears Foodie Beauty's talking about me and raging. Please, you wish. She's probably raging, actually.
As always.
I mean, how long has she been raging about this now?
About 30 minutes.
Yeah, so it's I'm not raging. No, I'm not raging at all. Half an hour later, she's still not raging. Must be a world record at this point.
Yeah, exactly. No, she's not upset or angry and didn't eat her feelings between that Bruce thing that I'm gonna have to check out afterwards. Gosh,
God, she's gonna need a Bruce Bogtrotter cake at this rate to eat those feelings.
Bogtrotter? That's what it's called?
Yeah, it's called the Bruce cake, but
Bruce cake, okay.
Bruce Bogtrotter probably does make it sound a bit less appetizing.
Oh my gosh. Maybe at the very end we'll just have to show a picture of that cake then while I look it up.
Yeah.
All right, keep going. I'm gonna be looking for this cake. You just tell me when to stop.
No worries.
I love banana pudding unicorn. I only tried it once. I don't remember where, but I can taste it. I know it's so good. It's so good. There's more attention you give, the happier they are. Exactly, Nixie. Yes.
Oh my god. I just saw it.
I don't know.
It's a big one.
People like grow out of needing attention like
15
that.
pounds, that's a bargain.
Or what?
Mm.
My 29-year-old son lives with us, but he's not a bum. He works and pays us rent. There you go. There you go. Exactly. Teardrop.
That's great.
He doesn't probably sit online and, as soon as someone goes live or whatever, or makes up things for views.
And go trolling the show.
Foodie would never make up things for views.
Sorry, she was talking. Repeat what you had to say, James.
Foodie would never make things up for views.
Oh, never.
Never.
She's a pillar of honesty.
She's a devout Muslim revert who would never say anything derogatory about another human being at all, ever.
No. She's a woman of her morals and ethics, and she's very ethical.
Yes, she she doesn't give up boycotts just because she wants a Big Mac. Never.
She has her convictions, James.
She does.
And she sticks
multiple
with these
convictions. So many convictions.
Oh, absolutely. Because when she says she's going to do something, she does it.
Yes. She doesn't change her mind.
No, she doesn't, and she doesn't lie either. Because that's not her lying. That's just her changing her mind.
Is that the face of somebody who looks like they tell umpteen lies a day?
No, she looks extreme. This is a person I would trust with my life.
Yes. A picture of health as well.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, she's my own personal trainer. I know the whole boycott thing. That's just cool. Just don't say it. Unless you can actually keep to your convictions. Don't say it. Because you look more foolish at the end of the day. I mean, she definitely picks and chooses on that, and I think was it you who I heard was talking about the fact that she just didn't care. She got to get her chicken nuggets.
Well, yeah, she went to the Jollibees, and the Jollibees is next to McDonald's. So I'm reckoning that we've got a McDonald's mukbang incoming imminently.
Well, you know, they donated to the Fund for Palestine, so that makes that franchise different.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Let's not forget the multinational giant that is McDonald's. Only operates in Kuwait. I forgot.
Right, and then I'm always curious too with any of the sort of foreign food items. Is Zimmerman, which is a huge shipping company out of Israel, are they transporting any of this stuff around that she's getting into her home? You know?
Yeah. I mean, she's surface level boycotting things, so I don't think she would ever know about that kind of stuff.
Right. Yes. I doubt she would even think like, okay, this product is getting shipped into Kuwait because this obviously isn't being made in Kuwait. It's probably being shipped in from somewhere else. Is the shipping company that's shipping my product to me, is it ethical? Is it part of my boycott? Because I promise you, I looked into that company for potential stocks and shares a while back ago when I was trying to. And so I, I think she would, she better stop watching Hollywood movies.
She better stop doing a lot of things.
Right. I mean, it's just we are such a large global we're a global society now.
Yeah.
If you have to look hard and deep then, and you would really have to be, it's hard nowadays, I think, even for somebody like me who tries to do his things as I don't try to sit on the ethical high ground, but I try to make sure I'm making good conscientious choices when I'm doing things. But even then, I know there's going to be faults in it and things that I can't control as best as I think I'm making, the best decisions, like I don't like to wear leather, and so I'm just like trying to think, anyway, yeah, she a hot mess. Okay, let's keep that.
Comes down to using your best judgment, doesn't it?
Right. It's exactly. Thank you. That's why that's why to me sometimes she sounds like there's some, petulant teenager constantly.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna be like, boycotting this, and it's reminding me of some of my days when I was, a little bit more of that nature and very strong-minded about ethical causes and animal rights and all this stuff I was into back in the day.
Yeah.
And trying to think about, I can't, people are going to be able to say something to me that's going to show that I can't have it like so strongly that way. I talk about vegetables, and some people say like, when they're using, large farming equipment, mice are being killed, in the process, it's like, oh, so it's like, it's that kind of level of, so it's hard sometimes, when you're very staunch about your convictions that somebody is going to call you out on something with it.
Yeah, for sure.
So like I said, as much as I want to try to do, it's hard, it's hard. You'll get yourself in a rabbit hole. All right, keep going, Foodie, because I've only got James for a limited time, sweetheart. And we're nowhere, we're getting closer to her, but not really. So, like I said, when you're ready to go, sweetheart, you just let me know. Because she's
no worries.
She's ranting, just blaming everyone today.
People always disappoint you if you hold them to a high standard. That's true. Yeah, you shouldn't expect too much.
The cheap rent here is $1,500. Is it cheap one?
Yeah, for like a bachelor, probably. I have a family who loves me and a daughter. Okay, that's why you didn't even have custody of her for a long time, but okay. I have a family who loves me too. A lot of people have family who love them. I don't even know why, like, anyone is like, why she has beef with me. Like, I just do my content. Like, you're the one on my ass. You're the one who has to do these stupid childish things for content. And then you have the nerve to be like a friggin' 16-year-old, get a life. You have a child to raise. Be an example, you loser. Yeah, Durbin, yeah. It's true. Hello, Ciara. Anyway. Name 2 is probably her raging. That's a whole lot of chin. Excuse me, Jay Leno? Chocolate.
Yeah,
She's so petty.
That's all these people can, that's all she can do.
Are you getting a little bit more, I guess, insight into how she is with the mukbangs just from watching her pettiness in this one?
Hmm.
It gives a whole new. That's why I kind of was interested in you say or looking at this because, her relationship with food, I think, often is almost how she relates to people in some ways. It's just very. She's not very mature.
No. Like I say, she has a lot of projection. Like she's saying somebody's 16 years old, and she acts like that most of the time.
16 is generous.
Yes, true.
I'm
Giving her the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, I'm getting 13, 14-year-old vibes, but maybe kids are
Early
growing up.
adolescent.
Yes, definitely a teenager.
Yeah.
It's just the name calling. I mean, obviously we're having a laugh and we're having fun and but I feel like we're doing it in an adult way rather than in the respect that she's mad about this person. This she got played and she cannot bear it in a lot of ways. So as much as she keeps trying, and then her chat just keeps her fueled up. All right, James, tell me when to stop.
On your mama stream, I heard her go, "Listen, you fat woman!" Like, oh, another childish insult. Okay, no one cares. That's exactly. I know, Nixie.
Oh God, we got Life by Chins over here saying, "I like watching you when I'm high."
Oh, wonderful! That's Baram, isn't it?
I guess that's the only way you can tolerate her Life by Chins is making sure that you're compromised at the time. I'm sure and to watch her with seriousness, you probably have to be drunk or high.
Yeah, there's a certain standard of inebriation required.
Absolutely. To enjoy the content.
Yeah, which is what we call a 6-pinter.
And I know what that means. At the end of the night.
Yeah.
Before the lights get turned on.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness, girl. Chantel. Tell me when to stop. Look at this cheek over here, though. There's not enough filters to hide that swelling ever. Gosh, girl, this could be indicative of heart failure. Get yourself, just please.
The way he laughed at what you said sent me. Babe. Before Skinny Queen criticizes you, she needs to get off the pills. That's why she sounds like a long fart when she talks. Right, babe?
Blimey.
I know.
Seriously, you need to stop eating. Meanwhile, didn't she weigh herself and she was 347? So that's a hell of a lot of broccoli you're eating. What, like 5 pounds a day?
The fact that she's
probably not Queen of Darkness if it weren't for me.
She's fat shaming.
Mm-hmm.
She's got no right to be fat shaming when she uses slimming filters and all kinds of other apparatus to hide her excess.
Right. Does that happen? I don't skinny shame people. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just always finding it interesting that she shames people with something that she herself is needing to manage.
Oh, there's fat on fat crime for sure.
Oh, there is?
Yeah. Like if you weigh like 300 pounds, you could be like, well, at least I'm not 500 like that person. It does happen.
Oh, wow. See, I did not know that.
Yeah, fat on fat crime is a thing.
Wow. See, I was not aware that happened. And that sounds interesting because you would think that that would not be the case. Interesting.
I think in a lot of communities, the kind of insular name calling happens.
That's interesting. That's interesting because because it's like I'm gonna have to sit and think on that one before I make a response. Just because it's to me, it's like, which way are you shaming the person? Are you shaming them for being heavier or shaming them for being lighter?
Yeah, it's like fat acceptance people, like they call people who've lost weight ex-fats.
It's like ex-smokers, hey?
Yeah.
But it sounds like both are better for your health.
Exactly. I mean, I've been I've been told that I'm selling out for being somebody who calls out other fat people. So it's a very real thing.
Is this in your comments that you're getting responses like that?
Yeah, I've had them. I've deleted them because I couldn't be asked to deal with them. But I've been told that I sell fat people down the river.
Oh my
from
goodness.
the kind of content that I do.
You know what? I would pin them right to the top of my page and let your audience handle it from there. Seriously.
Yeah.
Don't get rid of your engagement. Don't read it. Just say, oh, you win the pin of the day. Because that's really, I think, speaks more about who they are as a person than who you are as a person, James.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Saying, sorry, yeah, carry on.
No, you please.
Oh, they were just saying that I use Foodie to, further my cause in like fat shaming and things like that, when clearly she is somebody who gorges herself on substantial amounts of food for money. Right. So why am I the person that is morally wrong for calling that out, especially when she has uncontrolled diabetes and numerous other diseases and ailments?
Right.
It boggles my mind.
I'm wondering, like I said, it says more about them than you. And it also speaks to me potentially that they are envious that you are actually taking steps towards improving yourself and improving your health, and they can't. They don't have the same willpower. I mean, so they're like crabs in the bucket. They want to grab you back down.
Yeah. I mean, I've lost the amount of weight of an adult overweight person.
That's incredible.
And, they I think it's a lot of resentment.
Correct.
It is. Because I used to go to Slimming World, and I went with a friend, and she would always resent the fact that I would lose more weight than her. So I've had that like first-hand experience for a long time. And,
well, men tend to lose it faster than women anyway.
Yeah. Precisely. But I'd have like all of the women looking at me like, oh, he's lost 7 pounds this week, and I've only lost half a pound. It's like, well, it's not my fault. Well, it is my fault, but it's not my fault you only lost half a pound.
Right. And some of it is literally down to do with you being a man and them being women. I mean, women carry weight and fat differently than men.
Yeah.
So men can lose weight faster than women because of the genetics of the body. It's got, so we should never be angry because men can lose weight faster. They're differently built.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're angry at me for losing my own weight, then you really need to sort yourself out.
Right. Like I said, that's why, I have obviously, people have said all sorts of wild things to me. And sometimes when I get the criticisms, because people are always going to say, well, you have a monetized channel, or you do this, or you do that, and you shouldn't do this. And that's just somebody else's, that's on them at the end of the day. Says more about who they are as people and how unhappy potentially they are as an individual, more than who you are. But I
they could
do...
be... Sorry, go on.
No, you please.
Well, no, it's just, they're probably sat there unable to control their own like eating ways, eating habits, and things like that. And I try my best to be a positive influence with my
Correct.
channel when it comes to losing weight and to handling your diabetes and things like that. And it's just astounding to me that people would get from my videos that this person's a right smug git selling out fat people. And I just think, how do you come to that conclusion?
It's because they can't get a handle on it, and it's envying at the end of the day. That's just in my speculation. I think that anybody who sees somebody succeeding or doing well or doing something that they would find difficult to accomplish, they want to drag that person back down.
Yeah.
Rather than, give them props for what they do. I've always been somebody that if I see somebody who's done well, then I always want to give them props. I promise you, I have girlfriends of mine who make way better choices than I do, especially with men, and make way better choices, with things that they've done with their careers comparatively to me sometimes, like I have a really good girlfriend of mine, and she's just an awesome person, nurse practitioner friend of mine, probably my best friend here in the US. We got a lot in common, man. It's hard to find people like us in Virginia that kind of similarly thinking as females. And she has done marvelously in her career. She is just recently married, but I know how many bad relationships she had to go through to get to the one good one now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I can't find, it seems like, a decent person. Am I resentful or angry to my friend? No. When she started dating this gentleman, I used to go to watch his band play because I knew she didn't like going alone. And I was happy to see my friend be happy. Do you know what I mean? But there are other people, they just cannot bear to see other people succeed. And I think the message that you give on your channel is, I felt very positive, and to see somebody who has said, look, I've been to this place, I understand it better than most do, and now I've had to work my way through this, and now I'm taking a different path, is actually a positive message. And so just remember that, because you're doing it for you at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what these people think.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Anyway, let's Foodie continue. That's what I think, sweetheart. I think what you're doing is an important message, and that's why I wanted you so much on this channel today. So everybody drop some of my love stethoscopes if you're a member of this channel. Drop those. And actually, I have the flowers where I bring flowers if you want to drop that emoji, and me with the thumbs up. I had a designer. I promise you, I have no artistic ability whatsoever. But drop all the positive things in for James, because we think what you're doing is very good. So don't ever let those people bring you down. Okay. No. This is from old lady Blair over here. All right, keep going, Chantel. We've only got James for a limited time, and I can see my puppies wanting to get outside too.
I mean, no one would know about them. You couldn't deal with criticism? That's not criticism.
It's hate.
It's just BS. Yeah.
It's harassment.
Yeah.
It's not it's not normal.
No, it's not. It's pathological at this point.
Psychopath.
Yep. Peanut Bear.
Oh, for goodness.
I can't.
Sorry. Two people who do not have any education to talk about psychopathy whatsoever. These two fools on this other end. I want to call them bellends, both of them.
Oh, they are bellends. We can say bellends, right?
Term, by the way.
Yeah. They're a pair of bulbous glands.
Yes, very bulbous, very glandular. I just, no education to speak of it whatsoever. People that, I love the way when people throw those types of terms around, because that's something that I wouldn't throw around a great deal with ease. I'd have to definitely assess somebody further.
Mhm.
But this is the level of maturity that they literally, because somebody was able to get Chantel to do something and she got caught doing what we've been saying all along in this community, that she has been financed by the feeder community.
Yeah.
And she is angry about having been caught. This is the sort of level of maturity and then we've got, the folie à deux going on between her and Salah.
Mm.
Oh my goodness. I tell you, there are theses. These two together are not a good combination.
It's the War and Peace sized tome, that thesis, at this point.
I don't even know if Freud could have done anything with this woman. All right, keep going, Chantal.
Someone commented that in one of your mama's streams about her, that she sounds like a long farm.
A what?
Tell us more about your Domino's pizza binge. Yeah, and then she'll turn around and criticize me eating something. Got it. I don't know. I haven't seen her channel in forever, so I don't know if she's even still farting over there, but she's definitely... Yeah, if anyone uses filters, Turban. If anyone uses filters, yeah.
Mm.
She told Yaba all about her Domino's pizza binge. What do you want to make?
Well, I'm filter free at the moment, by the way, and I know I look like, I don't know. I look gorgeous.
Exactly.
For my 54 years. And anyway, we're going to keep going for about 15 more minutes because my dog is giving me the long, hard stare at the moment. She just woke up from her nap. So we'll go for another 14 minutes if we have the time.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then we'll wrap it up because obviously we might not get to the full end. So I'm going to speed her up to 1.5 to see if we can move her a little bit quicker. So because Junebug is up from her nap. And we're going to try to see if we can make a short this afternoon from our walk and see if YouTube will. It's been a nightmare. It really has. I don't know why they're not uploading my shorts.
Don't know.
I have no idea. I mean, I'm out. I mean, yesterday I didn't even go inside of the woods and it wouldn't upload it. And I came home and it was still pending. So I have no idea because we like to show our little step walks. And I don't understand why they're not uploading. I'm wondering if it's something on YouTube's end because I'll get home and it just will never upload. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just record a video of Junebug for 15 seconds and then I'll just have to put it on and then make a short from it because it's just not behaving at the moment.
Just see how it goes.
Yeah, because I know people love to see Junebug. I don't appear in my shorts. My dog does. My baby girl.
Metal from her? Like, why did
Sorry,
people
I was
look for
supposed to speed
approval
up
from
Chantel here. Chantel. You're supposed to go to 1.5. Let me know if it's too quick because sometimes the accents gets rough. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Life people. Like, I can't with these people. Just leave me out of your psychological BS, okay? And let us bees and get a job or get content. Hello, Resi Light. No, it's not a vegan channel. Yeah, of course, Doty Proud. I still get on here and smile. Like, honestly, if anyone's ever hating on you, just consider the source. Hi, Golden Girl. Hello.
Oh, she must be listening to me, James.
Yeah. What a lovely still we've got there.
My pause game can get real good sometimes.
Yeah, that was a marvelous one, I have to say.
That's one that garlic bread would use on one of his. Or unicorn pondu for one of their pictures. I try not to use too many like that in some ways because I'm like, oh gosh, people are going to remind me I'm studying to do psychiatry and mental health. And obviously I need to be a little bit different, you know?
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm listening to this person. I'm like, oh my goodness.
It's kind of the perfect face to every thumbnail, to be honest with you.
She's got the duh going on, which is just, I mean, she's now, oh, somebody's telling me we eat vegans only here. Okay, that's all right. Okay, keep going, girl, because I know my dog's giving me the long hard stare.
Caramel toe.
Well, hello.
Hello. Yeah, exactly. Queen of Darkness. I don't get
I'm
this.
covering
Okay,
the mouse
I've only
for you.
done 2 food request cameos, and I'm not doing any more.
Tina Bale gifted 5 members.
Yeah, okay.
No way, Kina. Thank you. Oh,
How much do we believe that?
There's absolutely a 100% chance that she will do more Cameo mukbang requests.
Correct. I mean, this is her biggest source of income because it's not YouTube. Look at how few super chats. Somebody gifted 5 memberships to her channel, but I haven't seen a lot of like money coming in, especially because her audience is so young.
Yeah.
You know, they're off giving all their money on TikTok, sweetheart, for those TikTok challenges or whatever.
I guess that's why she's trying to cross over for the younger audience, maybe.
Correct. Well, she's trying to appeal to some, you know, because I think anybody within their right sane mind has realized that she is not on a health journey and she doesn't care about their health. And I think a lot of them have checked out from it because of it. And she puts a lot of tags in to attract people, you know, to her channel, saying she's on a health journey.
Like with the Mr. Beast thing, that was definitely to cater to a certain demographic.
Yes, and it's not 65 plus.
No.
So yeah, she definitely is. Oh goodness, keep going, girl. Because my dog wants to go out.
Tina. I think she deserves to see Howie for that.
I can't let her out in this heat alone.
And we got to give Howie a treat. Oh, there's apricots.
Oh, that is a question I want to know. What's the weather over like in England today, sweetheart? I forgot to ask you about the weather.
It was 29 degrees today.
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah, proper hot today. I had to go out shopping, and it was really warm.
Wow. And if people don't know, most homes in the UK are not air conditioned, nor the offices that you work in. So 29 in England is a hot day in the homes that aren't air conditioned like mine. My
fan's going great guns right now.
Oh, it is? Wow.
Yeah.
Because it's hot here in the US, but like I said, we're, you know, our properties have air conditioning.
Yeah.
Which is not something that's common in the UK at all.
No, definitely not. And add 60% humidity into the mix, even worse.
Oh my God. Wow. That, I mean, of course I'm thinking of home, but are there elderly people who are starting to get heat issues? I hope not.
I think there would be, at the very least, a yellow warning for that. Yeah. We've had, this is probably the 3rd day it's been over 25, so that's quite warm for June. So I imagine we'll probably get some warnings to make sure we check on old people and make sure that they have adequate cooling mechanisms, basically.
Right. And because the body too changes as you get older. So you don't have the same, you know, regulation of temperature after the age of 65 in the body that you would before that age. So it's harder for somebody age 65 and older to have that regulation of temperature through the hypothalamus as you would a younger person. So that's why it's even more scary for your older individuals, just to give heads up. So yeah. Oh well, I wish all the best because I know it's harder sometimes, and you know, and often the cars don't have air conditioning in the UK either. You know, it's not like here where you know you just step in from one air conditioned area into another. So, all right, keep going, Chantel, because my dog wants to go out and party, and we're going to end this up soon.
No, because you know, like I think I don't think I'm going to do private mukbangs. Like I just don't, you know what I mean? Because the video cameos are short. So I think you know, I'm just gonna just keep doing my mukbangs and just do regular cameos.
Oh, great! Just what we want, more mukbangs.
He's like, you can do better, but right, all the time. Just because you're fat, like, what does that even have to do with anything? Do you think that a person is just a torso? That's all their worth is a torso? Like, you know.
I mean, if their legs are amputated, yes.
So ridiculous. I know what you mean. If there's ever a fat woman
with a handsome man, hold on. I was checking the chat. Is that prophetic on her part?
Does seem to be, doesn't it? She drew herself without legs, so you know.
I know. She was that I saw that. She had no legs in her little Pictionary drawing.
The self-fulfilling prophecy.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And she is so she's just shaming everybody. I mean, she hasn't gone on some other rant, but oh my, she is upset about this.
Yeah.
She comes into my chat sometimes. She'll come in. She goes under sock accounts to make comments. She does know I exist as a channel. Oh, she's watching your content, James. Absolutely. So she definitely can be, it's funny because when I first started making commentary on her, people mentioned about me being a nurse. And they said, have you seen the nurses making commentary? And she kind of like tried to brush it off, like she doesn't really want to tangle with me in some ways, I think, though she does love to get into my comment sections. And then she sort of said, then they tried to literally say I was dressing up in scrubs and cosplaying a nurse.
Right.
And then as a response, I posted what is public information, which is my RN license. And ever since then, she really doesn't come my way as far as insulting me. Like there's certain creators that she knows we're here, but she won't actually say anything. And I'm always finding it interesting who she picks and chooses to make insults towards.
I think if she is faced with a reactor who gives her the cold hard truth, she's probably more reticent to make them known to her own audience. Right.
And it's like she needs to feel, and she may not find this for you, she needs to feel that she's got something over that person, like with just being supposedly with the feet pictures or something, or the weight of somebody or somebody not going on camera, which is why it's good that you're on camera when you make your reactions.
Oh, I cam up for sure.
Yes. And I cam up too. There's days when I haven't because some days I'm just not feeling like the camera,
Yeah.
And I also, anyway. Let's get going with Chantel.
It's always the same thing. Oh, he must be with her for a green card, even though we don't have that in Canada, even though we're living in Kuwait.
Girl, you're not living in Kuwait.
Yeah, you pay. It's nice to have a man pay the rent for a change. That's all I'm gonna say. And it has to be. There just has to be an ulterior motive for somebody. It's kind of racist too, because it's usually only if it's a person with another a person of another race. Girlies be jealous. Period.
What?
No, I haven't.
I know. I know. I'm like, huh? What racism? Is it racism against Salah because he's from Syria, or we're not even sure where he's really from? Because we don't really know much about who he is as an individual. But
no, I doubt Foodie does either.
Oh, she don't know shite about this man.
No.
She don't really know anything. She literally was prepared. She gave up everything to move in with somebody she knew for 2 weeks on the internet. I would be very reticent to want to upend my life like that for somebody I met on international Tinder for 2 weeks. She showed up and he realized he could not sell her into the, off-market sex trade.
No, until he discovered that Cameo was a thing.
Right. He's like thinking he brought this Canadian woman over from her filtered picture. It's like, oh, maybe I can sell her off into a market somewhere, And then he saw, he's like, oh, no, I'm not going to even get one denier for this.
No.
Oh, Foodie. Oh, she rages. I want to know what she's going to have today with her response.
You're pretty, though. Thank you, Sabre.
I know. How is it racist? We don't know, Michelle.
I just have to brush my teeth after eating fritz-fire with seeds in it. Do you guys want to see all the condiments I have around me? They're gonna laugh. Okay, I have ketchup because this is my mukbang table, but I have to put them away. Ketchup, mustard, hot sauce, Parmesan cheese. Yes, and these just are constant. It's my condiments.
She knows that cheese needs to be refrigerated after opening, doesn't she?
No, it's not real cheese. It's fine. It's
I
just
think
wood shavings.
it's like the worst part of the Parmesan cheese.
Yeah,
It's just the rind, usually, people, that they've shredded in this stuff. But it does say to
Exactly.
refrigerate after opening, I think.
yes.
Hers probably never sees the refrigerator, though.
No, I mean there are things you can get that's like a non-specific cheese. We don't know what it is, and you can just keep it in your cupboard. It's probably that kind of thing.
Oh, I don't want to know what that is.
Mm.
I guess that's like whatever non-specific meat is in a chicken nugget.
Yeah, exactly. It's so it's gone through a sluice at the very least.
Oh gosh. Oh, Chantel. All right. Oh, actually, we're hitting up our
Hey,
time.
man.
Shall we get right to the end? Because she's obviously just on a roll at this point. Let me see what the
Yeah.
last bit. Let's just finish her out. Let us say goodbye so we can say goodbye. Because I've had you for 4 hours, James, and I know it's getting late in the UK. And my
Aye.
dog is giving me that long-eyed stare now, so I know I need to take her for a walk. So let us finish her out, and then I'll thank you for having been here. All right, Chantel, tell us what pearls of wisdom, sweetie, you have to finish out your very calm live stream that you gave, because you literally horrified James by he's gonna have nightmares tonight, sweetheart, because you were drinking pickle juice followed by chocolate.
I'm going to be drowning in pickles.
Doesn't that just make you want to eat a pickle immediately?
God, I hate gherkins. I really do.
See, I'm from the South, so I do love a pickle. Don't get me wrong. But I understand. That's why they only give you a quarter of the spear of pickle when you're at the Panera Bread. You shouldn't even be eating the whole pickle. You know? I love a pickle. I have to say, I love pickles since childhood, because they used to have the big barrels of pickles. But that's a hygiene hazard nowadays. All right, keep going. Let's finish this out.
Hey, G-Dubs, some merch. Yeah, I was thinking about that today.
Nobody wants your merch.
You have to make an appointment for nails. Oh no, you just go to the pet store here and they do it.
What is up with her neck?
Yeah, it's tarot good. It got bad reviews. One of us.
I tried to figure out if she just got a crick in her neck.
I don't know if the wind changes, she'll stay like that.
I know. It's like, why has she got her head in this one position suddenly?
Well, she's been at work. Sorry, she's been at work for like 40 minutes, so you can't expect her to keep her head up all the time.
I was thinking it was a return of the sciatica.
Maybe.
We've already had debates on that one. All right, girl. You haven't had an official diagnosis. You can't diagnose yourself. There hasn't been an MRI. We know. Okay,
say big back, babe.
Oh my
Big
God.
big back.
Oh, she moved.
Why do you eat your crunchies so many times a day? Chubby
Oh.
use.
She's a chubby use number 2. No, not my neck, but my leg. So I think I'm gonna go lay down.
I'm gonna let you know, James, I had never seen the end of the stream, and the leg is a reference to the sciatica.
Oh God.
Predictable, our friend Foodie is not.
No.
Predictable? Who's she? Who's that? Who is she?
Predictor, I hardly know her.
I know. Where did she walk into the room suddenly? Oh, Chantel, girl.
You feel pain?
Yeah.
Like really hard?
Not like before when I first got the sciatica. I couldn't even. It's just annoying.
Oh, babe.
Thanks, babe. Massage.
Yeah, of course.
I didn't like it either. Teardrop. I got good reviews. Charles, hello. A bark. I still laugh.
Lorena, he makes me laugh.
Yeah.
Big back.
Big back, big back. Hey, Mary Poppins, take your meds and
Hashtag
yeah,
free Julia.
I'm gonna.
Right. I know. Poor. Do you have a cat? Do you have a pet, James?
No, I don't.
Oh, Oh, well, I know I can't have kitties anymore because my dog loves to look at kitties too much
Oh,
and not in a
right.
good way. I have a banned breed in the United States. I mean, in the UK.
Oh, really?
Yes, because I have an American Bully Pit Bull mix.
Oh, yeah, they are banned here, aren't they? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So if you check out my shorts, you'll see what Junebug looks like.
Mm.
She is the best dog you would ever meet in your life. An absolute doll baby. They are just very protective of their owners. And that's what makes them, people don't understand that these dogs are very loyal to their owners. And they will do anything to protect them, literally. So they don't understand that they're doing wrong when they try to protect. My dog literally has to stop and watch everything go past us when we're on a walk. And it's literally because she's trying to make sure everything's okay with me there.
Yeah.
And it's not because so she's a doll baby. Oh my God, she's adorable. She's the sweetest dog. She's sweeter than my Pomeranian was. Oh, yeah. I mean, this dog lets me brush her teeth, everything, and scrape the...
Oh, now that's a good dog then.
Oh, yeah. She'll let me get in there and actually take the... She doesn't have any, plaque on the teeth, but when she had a little tiny bit, I've got the special tool and for dogs, and I took it off. She'll let me do that. She don't care.
Oh.
And I rescued her, too, so I didn't get her until she was about 3 to 5 years old. That's how good this dog is.
She's got a good mummy.
Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that.
I did take my med, but movies are expensive. Yeah, I know. Really, Ghostface? You two guys, have a good night. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no problem. And we will see you guys tomorrow.
All right, let's end it there. I'm gonna stop sharing, Chantel. James, I just want to thank you so much for being here with me today. I hope we can get together and actually do a mukbang, but I wanted to get your thoughts on this live this time.
Yeah, it's been wonderful being here.
Any finishing last thoughts from this experience today?
Just hashtag free Julia, to be honest with you. I feel like she's stuck in that flat and we need to get her out ASAP.
My concern is if she has anything happen that she can't return, what happens to these pets?
It doesn't bear thinking about.
It doesn't. I am in some ways. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Miss Pat. Miss Pat's put up your link to your channel. So if you have not, absolutely, if you've not had an opportunity to check James' channel out, I'm obviously saying, take a look at his content. If you like it, then, make your decision there. Because I can't say stuff like that. But make your decisions in there to subscribe. And we obviously always believe in the hashtag free Julia and worry about her. So I'm just going to give my final thanks. Thank you, all my mods. You know who you are. I know they've been, free Howie. Yeah, we don't even know what version of Howie this is.
Howie the 8th.
Howie the 8th. Oh my gosh. Yes. James is hilarious. Yes. And we love the intros.
That's very kind. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I would make sure if I were getting the negative comments, you don't want to ever lose your engagement to grow your channel. Ignore them, and then just if there's one that's particularly, I understand for your mental health because I get people putting wild stuff in, but I guess I kind of take my psychological lens out and kind of think, what is that person projecting to me? Rather than, because when I first started my channel, people would say the most god-awful things to me. People, because I have a slight lisp, people would accuse me of being drunk. And I literally would have just come off of my shift from work, I promise you. And I'm not a big drinker, so it's like,
people will make all sorts of assumptions.
Oh, absolutely. I get, you have a weird accent because I've lived here in the US for a long time. I lived in Mexico for 7 years. I've lived in the UK, and obviously my accent over the years has changed because of just being in so many different places. And so people are like, oh, you got a funny accent or this, that, and the other.
Mm.
I tell you, the biggest thing I've learned in YouTube, just ignore it. There's always going to be like
Yeah. Yeah.
trifling individuals out there.
They're all wankers.
Yeah, absolutely. But we love you in this community. I hope I can
Thank
get you
you.
back on. Oh, absolutely. I hope I can get you back again. And I'm more than welcome. You know, if you want to do a live and you want to invite me over to your channel, if you ever feel the need, I hope you know the invitation for me to be invited is there.
That would be marvelous.
I would love that. And I hope that next time, because I hope there is a next time, we can get together and I'll get you to do a mukbang. But I just thought this live was just so special today.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't seen it before. So, yeah, it was definitely special. Yes, that would be the operative word we're talking.
Yes, I think it's been a special stream today.
It certainly has, for sure, in more ways than one.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I really enjoyed having you here today so much.
I thoroughly enjoyed it myself.
I did too. You really brightened up my day today. Because tomorrow night, just to give you a heads up, everybody, I'm going to be following up with Tim and Tammy's adventures in California. If you want to ever check that out. And I have realized that Tim and Tammy are very similar to Jim Baker and Tammy Faye. So we get some stuff in there. And just to finish out, I am going to share the Bruce cake that we were talking
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Here we are.
There it is.
There it
glory.
is. Looks the Bruce Bog Trotter. Lord of my lies. Because I guess it looks like a bog. Is that?
Well, it's named after the cake that Miss Trunchbull forced Bruce to eat.
Okay. Oh my Lord.
It's a big one.
Oh my gosh. We do not need to be producing anything like this in the UK. I mean, we've already got issues around pudding as it is. And that thing. I mean, like my dad, he couldn't, do without having pudding after dinner. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And oh gosh, I'm getting memories of my family in Northern Ireland. Oh my goodness. And I used to tell people they have to have like supper at late night. And supper usually consisted of like tea and like caramel sticky buns or something unhealthy.
Yeah.
So anyway, your last words, James, and I'm going to finish out this stream.
Well, I just want to say thank you to everyone for being here. It's been a lovely time. And I hope to see you all again soon.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for taking your time to be on my stream today. I know we probably had an excellent response. And so I thank you for that. And we will catch up again, I hope.
Yes.
I hope this is not making us strangers, but friends or something of that.
Yes.
Ilk.
Fast friends.
Oh, well, I really appreciate it because sometimes I miss the banter from home sometimes,
It's unique in the world, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I don't think it is. It is unique. And I just so appreciate your time tonight. So thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and views on Foodie. And I'm gonna take us off the stage and I'm going to bring up my theme music. So thank you and thank you and good night.
Thank you.